Hello, hello everyone. I'm going to give it a second, see if the notification goes out. I don't know. I've been hearing from people that they're not getting notifications. So I'm going to be that YouTuber right now and be like, hit the bell. So crazy stuff's happening right now in Canada, you guys. There is a manhunt. There is a situation that is going on right now in Saskatchewan. They're calling it mass stabbings, and there's two men that are at large right now. I'm going to play the press conference that's happening right now, just to kind of keep up with what's going on, and then I'll talk about what's happened. Oops, hang on.
Investigation confirmed the two suspects, Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson, were traveling in a vehicle. At 9:45 a.m., a fourth dangerous persons alert was sent to the entire province, indicating multiple victims in multiple locations were located, including one victim outside the James Smith Cree Nation, one in the community of Weldon, Saskatchewan, and that some victims were believed to have been attacked randomly.
But they won't say why.
Description of the suspect vehicle and the correct picture to
Some are
identify
targeted,
Myles
but we're not
Sanderson
going to
were
say
included.
why, so you can warn yourselves
At
and take care of yourself.
11:25, we sent requests to Manitoba RCMP and Alberta RCMP to extend the dangerous persons alert to the residents of their provinces. At 12:07, a fifth update was sent advising the residents of Saskatchewan the suspect vehicle had been seen by a driver on Arcola Avenue in Regina and asked them to consider sheltering in place. At this point in our investigation, we have located 10 deceased individuals in 13 locations in the community of James Smith Cree Nation and Weldon, Saskatchewan. Several additional victims have been injured, 15 of which at this point have been transported to various hospitals. There may be additional injured. Let me be clear. We are still looking for the two suspects. We are asking residents across Saskatchewan and our neighboring provinces to be vigilant. At this stage in our investigation, we believe some of the victims have been targeted by the suspect and others have been attacked randomly.
We're not going to say why they're targeted, though.
The two suspects are Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson.
Brothers.
Damien Sanderson is described as a 31-year-old male, 5'7", 155 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Myles Sanderson is a 30-year-old male, 6'1", 240 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Their pictures are available on social media channels and websites. If Damien and Myles are listening or receive this information, I would ask that they turn themselves into police immediately. They are considered armed and dangerous. They are believed to be in a black Nissan Rogue SUV with Saskatchewan license plate 119 MPI. At this point, we don't know if they have changed vehicles since this morning.
I'm sure they have.
Their location and direction of travel is unknown. This is why we need everyone in the province to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity by calling 911 immediately. If you see the suspects or their vehicle, do not approach them or the vehicle. Immediately leave the area and call 911. Our thoughts are with the many victims, deceased and injured, their family, friends, and communities. It is horrific what has occurred in our province today. Know that the Saskatchewan RCMP is committed and will remain committed to use every resource we have to locate and arrest these individuals. Thank you. Sergeant Audrey Soucy will provide this information in French now, and myself and Chief Bray will be available to answer questions.
Okay, I'm going to put this on pause for a second because I don't understand French. I forgot it from, public school and shit. So I'm going to play you a couple other videos. I'm going to come back to this one because this is a live press conference, ironically from CNN, because I can't find a live press conference right now on any other channel. But yeah, I want to show you guys. So what we know so far is this morning, two brothers, one of whom has been wanted for arrest since May, So how it escalated into, you know, mass stabbings is beyond me. But, you know, the story's unfolding and they don't tell us anything. 10 dead, 15 injured, and some may have been targeted and some may have been random, and they're not telling us anything more because, you know, why would you tell the people what they need to know so they can, you know, save themselves and protect themselves? You know, we're not going to do that. We're just going to tell you to lock your doors and don't let anybody in. Exactly. Yeah, I don't usually follow, you know, the mainstream media, but I don't have the news, so I have to kind of, like, I wanted to watch it because it was live and it's a press conference, and it's harder to manipulate live footage than it is pre-recorded, right? But just to give you guys a little bit of what's going on this morning, there was, sorry, one second, I'm just trying to look for something at the same time as I'm talking. There was an alert sent out. We get Amber Alerts in this country. I don't know if you guys do in the US. And it sends out a mass text message to everybody with a cell phone in that province. And, you know, there was people, it took the, go figure, it took the police a while to put this together. Because, you know, not everybody was calling 911. Some people that were stabbed, well, died, and then some were going into the police stations and reporting this. Some were going to the hospitals, so it's taking a bit to kind of figure out what's happening. I heard that one of the brothers that is at large right now has been wanted since May. I don't know why. I'm just kind of like trying to get news from everywhere, like Twitter and like YouTube and stuff. But yeah, so it started out on a reserve in Saskatchewan. It's believed that they may have changed vehicles since this morning. You heard the license plate and the type of vehicle description that they gave from this morning. Again, just my opinion. I have no law enforcement background, but I'm not an idiot either. And if you're going to go on a mass stabbing spree, as the news is calling it, then you're going to have some sort of plan or some sort of intent, because normal people don't just go on stabbing sprees without some sort of plan, right? One would think, you know, if you were that type of person. But one second. So I saved some videos and I don't know, I hope it's on this phone. I'm gonna have to set my computer up because I'm sick of being ghetto fabulous. But yeah, this is what's happening right now in our world. I have no idea what the news is saying right now. One second. Yeah, here we go. Hang on. Bear with me. I'm trying to get information as it's coming out, and depending on who's reporting, you guys know how it goes. Depending on who's reporting, varies from what you're hearing. But this was if there's ads, I apologize. There is. One second. I apologize if some of the information is going to be repetitive. Some of it.
Continue our extensive coverage of one of the worst mass killings in recent years in this
100%.
country. RCMP in Saskatchewan say at least 10 people have died and more than 15 have gone to hospital following stabbings in multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. They say some of the victims were targeted, others were randomly attacked. They also admit there may be other victims, and right now they don't know where the suspects may be, possibly in other prairie provinces, Manitoba and Alberta. Both are men, and they are considered armed and dangerous. And here is what Saskatchewan RCMP Assistant Commissioner Rhonda Blackmore had to say last hour.
I'm just going to pause for 1 second. The reason why, you know, there's many reasons why this is actually kind of terrifying right now. But if for some reason these assholes decided to stick around in Saskatchewan, there is a major game that was happening in Saskatchewan with the Rough Riders today, football fans. And there was like 30,000 people in the stadium. So, you know, the likelihood of this happening to more people, very, very high. But chances are they've fled the province. Manitoba and Alberta are both on lockdown right now as well, because right now we don't know where they are.
We are actively looking for the two suspects, helping the victims and investigating the many crime scenes. We're dedicating a maximum number of resources to this investigation, and thank our many provincial and interprovincial policing partners who are providing additional support.
Yes, they do.
Let me be
I
clear.
agree.
We
556.
are
100%.
still looking for the two suspects.
It's a one-way
We are
mission.
asking residents
I
across
believe.
Saskatchewan and our neighboring provinces to be vigilant. At this stage in our investigation, we believe some of the victims have been targeted by the suspect and others have been attacked randomly. The two suspects are Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson. Damien Sanderson is described as a 31-year-old male, 5'7", 155 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Myles Sanderson is a 30-year-old male, 6'1", 240 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. Their pictures are available on social media channels and websites. If Damien and Myles are listening or receive this information, I would ask that they turn themselves into police immediately. They are considered armed and dangerous. They are believed to be in a black Nissan Rogue SUV with Saskatchewan license plate 119 MPI. At this point, we don't know if they have changed vehicles since this morning.
Come on, don't be idiots.
Their location and direction of travel is unknown. This is why we need everyone in the province to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity by calling 911 immediately. Every avenue is being explored. Some of those, involve technological resources. Some involve human resources. We're taking all steps possible to track these individuals, and any information that comes in from the public or other sources that we obtain the information, we're following up on that information immediately.
Well, the CBC's Sam McCaig joins us now from Regina with the latest. Sam, we've heard from the RCMP. Take us through the latest situation in the manhunt.
Well, Natalie, what we've really learned is how this all began. RCMP tell us that the first 911 call about a stabbing came in from the James Smith Cree Nation around 5:40 this morning. And then the calls kept on coming, call after call about a stabbing, multiple locations. At first, the RCMP sent out a dangerous persons alert just to James Smith Cree Nation and kind of the surrounding area. And throughout the morning, those public service alerts grew and grew through Saskatchewan, and eventually they expanded that to Alberta and Manitoba as well. What we know, 10 people are deceased, 15 more people are injured, and there are 13 different crime scenes involving those incidents. Now, police also say that there could be more people who are injured and they just haven't identified themselves to police just yet. They also say there's no indication that there's any harm done to anyone out of that initial area. Now, the two suspects were last seen in the Regina area around noon today, and the Regina Police Service joined the RCMP in that news conference and say that they are treating this as if the two suspects are still in town, which is significant given that there are more than 33,000 people currently at Mosaic Stadium watching the Saskatchewan Roughriders take on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Other than that, at this point, they say they're taking every help that they can get. Lots of police agencies have stepped up across the province as well, lending a hand where they can, coming in to help if they can. And also the James Smith Cree Nation, we have learned, has declared a state of emergency because of what has happened today. And they have two emergency operations centers set up there to help people deal with what has happened today.
And as they do that, Sam, we know the RCMP continuing to look for those suspects. We do know, though, have not released much detail about those individuals. What more can you tell us?
No, not at all, really. You'll notice that the two suspects actually share the same last name, but we've been talking about them as two individuals as if they're not part of the same family. RCMP would not tell us if they were related. They could not tell us why they were at James Smith Cree Nation, and they also didn't give us any background on where these gentlemen are from or if they were known to police. They say that's all part of the investigation. At this point, what I can tell you is that Myles Sanderson has been unlawfully at large for a number of months. There was a Saskatoon Crime Stoppers watch issued in his name back in May. But other than that, we have a lot more questions than answers at this point, and a lot of families are very concerned about the state of their loved ones.
Sam McCaig in Regina. Thank you so much, Sam.
You're welcome.
Sam is the host of CBC Saskatchewan at 6. Well, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has addressed the attacks, writing on Twitter. The attacks in Saskatchewan today are horrific and heartbreaking. I'm thinking of those who have lost a loved one and of those who were injured. Trudeau further adds that the government is closely monitoring the situation.
Oh, I'm sure they are. From
Well,
their phones.
Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe also took to Twitter following the deadly attacks. He said this, take a look. I want to offer my deepest condolences on behalf of the government and people of Saskatchewan to all of the family and friends of the victims of today's horrific attacks. There are no words to adequately describe the pain and loss caused by this senseless violence. All of Saskatchewan grieves with the victims.
All of Canada does.
Well, our colleagues at Radio Canada are in Weldon, Saskatchewan, just 30 kilometers from James Smith Cree Nation. They spoke there with witnesses, including one woman who may have unwittingly met one of the suspects.
Jeez.
Well, I woke up this morning to the alert at 7 o'clock. I heard the alert. It woke me up. So I got up and I had my coffee ready and I came out to sit here in the deck like I do every morning and enjoy my coffee. And this car went flying by. And if you know Weldon, there's nobody here. I mean, we're just basically by ourselves, especially right out front. So it went flying by and I went, why is that car going so fast? Like, give me a break, slow down. And then a couple minutes later, a gentleman walked around the side of the house and came to the front with something over his face. We couldn't see his face. And he came walking up to me and said, I've cut my face. Can you help me?
Oh my gosh.
And I said, well, can I see? Can I see what your face looks like? And he says, oh no, it's way too bad for that. So he kept it covered. And then I said, well, I'll have to go call somebody. So I ran in the house. Meanwhile, my mom came out and I guess she said, sit down or whatever. And he took off. So I came back out and he was running away and my mom was running away after him. So I'm like, Mom, where he was going. By that time, I figured out this is not a good guy because he's running away when we offered to help him. So I went in and called the police. And within about 10 minutes, the police were here and got our information. And that was it.
That was Leona Lease in Weldon, Saskatchewan, who had run in with a man, I should say, who had a bad cut on his face. He was bleeding. Before she could get him help, he fled.
That's pretty scary and pretty lucky for her that she wasn't another victim. They haven't confirmed whether or not it was one of the actual suspects. They believe it may have been, but you know how that works. But one thing I'm going to say is I've driven through these provinces, like the Saskatchewan and Manitoba. They're prairie provinces. They're flat as shit. And like, it's very out in the open. So, if you're going to go on a mission like this, which in my opinion is a one-way only mission, you're not going to go through the prairies where helicopters and visibility, you're most likely to go in the other direction, Alberta, which is closer. Well, depending on where they were in the province, that is. But, to blend in with people, you're going to want to go to a bigger population. You're not going to want to be seen. And, I know things are unfolding still, like even presently. Let me just check Twitter because I want to see if, there's been new updates real quick. It's absolute insanity what's happening right now. And it's so sad. And, like when you hear stuff like this, the last thing we had like this in Canada was a mass shooting in Nova Scotia. And then it got politicized because they needed to know the type of rifles that were used in the mission, so Trudeau could get those on his list. And it became about that and not about the actual act itself and the people that lost their lives during that massacre. And it's just disgusting what people make of things. Oh, so now it says 3 Canadian provinces. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, 3: Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. I mean, nobody's safe. We don't know where they are right now. Let me just see. I don't see any updates yet. I do see some of the victims. That's really sad. Oh, hang on, I want to get a screenshot of that shit. These first 2 photos are more up-to-date photos of them. If you think you recognize them with the police, keep sharing. The other photo is of Myles Sanderson, We were told that Myles split up, that he and Myles split up. Oh, so there's a chance they may not be together now. But there's a police alert that they're nearing Regina now. Okay. There's 10 deceased and 15 hospitalized, possibly more. They are driving a black Nissan Rogue, SUV plates 119 MPI. If you see them, call 911 and take note of which direction they're heading. Now, you know what kind of pisses me off is why can't the cops just ping their damn phone? Because they can do that. Like, why? I don't get it. But go to a protest and you're on every fucking government watch list there is, from here to the fucking US to Mexico to everywhere in between, but they can't find, murderers at large. They're not casual to me. I'm sorry. But yeah, you're right. We're becoming desensitized to this shit. And we shouldn't be, as a population. We shouldn't be accepting this shit. But sadly, nothing shocks me anymore. Like, I expect to hear more and more of these situations. And we do, but they get downplayed or maybe not reported at all. Or with, the natural spin that the media likes to put on things. So let's see, 1 hour ago, it's been 15 hours since Saskatchewan RCMP first received a report of a stabbing on the James Smith Cree Nation. So 15 hours, not so bad. They're still on the run. Yep, that's enough time to be out of the province for sure. Let's see, latest. Hang on a second. A massive manhunt is on to nab two prime suspects, Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson, who really don't look alike, but they have the same last name, so let's just call them brothers. That's what I think, because they're not really saying anything. They believe some of the people were targeted, some of them weren't. They're not going to release why people may have been targeted. They're just saying lock your doors and don't let anybody in, because doors are going to stop criminals. Fuck. Like, I shouldn't be joking at a time like this, and I'm sorry that I'm trying to make light of it, but I mean, it's a stress reaction, right? Like, I mean, people react differently under stress, and that's what it is. So I don't mean to make jokes or sound unsympathetic. I am very sympathetic with the victims. I am not sympathetic whatsoever with the two guys that felt it was okay to destroy everybody's lives today for whatever reason. We're still not sure. Let's go back to the press coverage and see if it's still live again. I want to see what they're saying now. Sorry if there's ads. Maybe I should update my frickin' YouTube so I can do live reports and not have to listen to it. Oh, fucking French. Jesus, I don't understand French. Okay, so we learned it in school, but that was so far ago, I don't remember that shit. Okay, let's see what else. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to see what other videos I have here. News story unfolding. Oh no. Unfolding. It's funny that other countries are reporting this way before ours were. I don't know how to interpret that. Well, I do, but you probably don't want to hear it.
At this point in our investigation, we have located 10 deceased individuals in 13 locations in the community of James Smith Cree Nation and Weldon, Saskatchewan. Several additional victims have been injured, 15 of which at this point have been transported to various hospitals. There may be additional injured victims who transported themselves to various hospitals. We ask any injured person who hasn't already spoken to police to please call 310 RCMP. That is 310-7267. Currently, we are actively looking for the two
Never
suspects,
gonna stop, brother.
helping the victims and investigating the many crime scenes. We're dedicating a maximum number of resources to this investigation and thank our many provincial and interprovincial policing partners who are providing additional support. Let me be clear, we are still looking for the two suspects. We are asking residents across Saskatchewan and our neighboring provinces to be vigilant. At this stage in our investigation, we believe some of the victims have been targeted by the suspect and others have been attacked randomly.
Have one.
The two suspects are Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson. Damien Sanderson is described as a 31-year-old male, 5'7", 155 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Myles Sanderson is a 30-year-old male, 6'1", 240 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. Their pictures are available on social media channels and websites. If Damien and Myles are listening or receive this information, I would ask that they turn themselves into police immediately.
Yeah, sure.
They are considered armed and dangerous. They are believed to be in a black Nissan Rogue SUV with Saskatchewan license plate 119 MPI. At this point, we don't know if they have changed vehicles since this morning. Their location and direction of travel is unknown. This is why we need everyone in the province to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity by calling 911 immediately.
Yeah, now you want the public's help. Now you're not going to trample us, huh? Because you need our help to do your jobs, right? Sorry, you guys. It's just a sad day in Canada when this shit happens. It's a sad day in any country when this shit happens. You know, and they don't want to talk about, you know, the root cause of the issue, why so many people are walking around, you know, at the brink of whatever, insanity. You know, they don't want to admit their wrongdoings or make any reconciliations with the people. They just want to step down harder and double down on their stance. You know, sorry, I'm not going to bring politics into it. I freaking hate politics. I hate that it's taken over my life. I hate that I'm angry all the time because of decisions that other people make that affect us. And we're just not supposed to have an opinion about it. You know, you're just supposed to shut the fuck up and take it and just watch all this madness happening around you in the world. And you're not supposed to get angry. And you're not supposed to have an opinion. And shame on you if you do. Because you're just white supremacist, misogynist, small fringe minority with unacceptable views. Yeah. Whatever. You know, don't talk about the signs leading up to this. Has anybody even checked these guys' fucking social medias? Like, is it open? Can you see anything? I'm going to look right now. Damien, what's the damn last name? Sanderson. Let's see here. Let's see if their Facebook is open. Lives in Tweed, Ontario. Probably not him. Huh. Let's see here. No, they're not saying shit. What's the other guy's name? Myles. I know a guy named Myles, actually. It's a very unique name. That's why I remembered it. Let's see. Is this him? No, I don't think that's him. No, that's not him. I feel sorry with anybody with these same names because you're going to get all these keyboard fucking internet sleuths leaving them like, you know, death messages and holy. All right, let's see. 556, you want to come on? Hang on a second. Oh God, you're going to make me try and do this, huh? Just a sec. I wonder if I'm going to, you know, boot myself out. I do that a lot. Let me see. Can I do this? Whoops. Yeah. There we go. Sorry, I missed some comments. I was on a rant. Yeah, so I mean, this is what's happening in our country today. I would love to hear what the police are doing now about it. You know, unfortunately, people don't have a great opinion of the police at the moment, as you know. I'm going to let you on 1 second. There you go. Hi.
No, you're fine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And thank you for joining my first time stream, long stream last night. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you did great.
I'm figuring stuff out.
Hey, everyone's got a first, right?
Yeah, StreamYard's a little a little different.
It is very different. Now, you know what I was talking about the other day, and see, even about the delay, right? So
Exactly.
it's when people are like, oh, you're talking over someone, it's like, sorry, I'm on StreamYards, and if you're on YouTube, there is a 10-second delay. So yeah.
Yeah. And you have to, in the comments, especially on YouTube, they're almost instant, but on StreamYard, they're like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 30 seconds behind or something.
Yeah, it's a bit of a delay. So that's just a message for, you know, people watching who are like, what the hell's happening here? It is a delay. So now you get that. So that's good. So what are your thoughts on this? Like,
All right.
what have you guys?
So the cops are doing everything they can to track them. They're checking everything from cell phones, but
Right.
and I'm talking from the state's perspective, not the Canadian perspective. But in the States, you need like a subpoena or a court order or an emergency thing to track cell phones.
Yes.
Same with the social media. You have to subpoena records. They can track it live as long as it's public.
Right.
But if it's not public, again, just in the States, then they have to get subpoenas and court orders or search warrants and things like that.
Even in a situation like this, they would have to go through that red tape, like killers on the loose.
Many of the times there is emergency clauses in the laws and things, but yes, mostly to track. So like they can get an emergency court order, but somebody's gonna have to run to a judge's house in the middle of the night. I've done this.
Yes.
For a search warrant and say, hey, I need full access to this person's social media account, GPS, whatever, and cell phone account, whatever. And well, why? Well, they're
turn on the TV
right now. But that's just the protections given under the United States Constitution and laws and in the States. Again, just in the States.
Same as Canada in that regard, yes.
Yeah. So I'm sure RCMP, and I love RCMP, I think they're doing everything they can, as well as the other major law enforcement agencies there. But they have to follow certain legal processes, because if they don't, once these fuckers are caught,
No, go ahead.
Once these fuckers are caught, if they don't follow the legal procedures, then
they'll get off on a technicality.
But I don't think they're looking for that. I don't think these
two. No, there's no exit strategy, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
So based upon their actions, brothers, so like serial killers usually don't work in pairs. It's only happened rarely in the United States, and usually one kills the other. Right. But I said this before in the comments, this reminds me of the Boston bombers.
Yes.
Right? And they were brothers.
Really?
And and they had a plan.
Right.
They had a cause. And they tried to execute their plan for their cause, not just in the wrong way, but that's poorly planned. If you do something like that, or just like this, you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught.
Yeah.
So I think, just my personal opinion, based upon what I worked in, I think they're planning on getting caught. They're trying to create a cause, or they're working for a cause that they think exists under a certain ideology, whatever that is.
Right. And that's the part that I want to get to, like what prompted this, because normal people do not go on stabbing sprees without intention. So obviously it's, premeditated. I wish we had capital punishment here in Canada. We do not. But then I don't trust the institutions to follow that properly either. So maybe that's kind of a blessing at this moment in time. But in my opinion, if you're nobody just wakes up one day and be like, oh, I'm gonna go on a shooting spree or on a stabbing spree and not have a plan. And like I was saying before earlier in the show, is that I've driven through these provinces and they locked down Manitoba and Alberta. Well, Manitoba and Saskatchewan are both prairie provinces. They're flat as flat can be. It takes 2 days to drive through both of those provinces, and you see nothing, like barely any trees, like from the major highway. Trans-Canada Highway, right? And that's most likely, they would probably be trying to avoid those because you can be easily seen from the air, right? Like there's nothing to shelter them. So in my opinion, they didn't go to Manitoba. Now I don't know, that's just my opinion. I could be totally wrong. But if you're trying to avoid capture, you're not going to go where you can be easily seen, right? You know that. Like anybody knows that. Any logical person would know that. So it just go ahead.
You're right. You're right. But here's one thing that we have to look back on, Kim. Why
Right.
are they just using knives? Why couldn't they steal somebody's gun?
Well, that's it. Because
what I
the
mean?
gun laws.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There are guns in Canada.
Yes, there are.
Is there a reason why they're just using a knife? Is it part
I
of
don't know. There's so many things unanswered. Like, the news reports are saying some are targeted and some are random. Well, why are people being targeted? So, like,
Right.
tell us that. I know it's part of your investigation, but if people are at risk and the guys are still at large, hello, like telling people just don't answer your doors isn't good enough, in my opinion.
But the police are not going to release that. And that comes back to the behavioral sciences part.
Right.
When I used to be a Dick Tracy kind
Yep.
of guy in my career. But it's, why are they just using knives? Why aren't they using firearms? Because you can access a firearm. I know Canada's laws are much stricter than U.S., but still you can access a firearm whether you own it or steal it. But why are they using just knives? That points me to more of an ideological belief or a purpose, I should say, and brothers working together.
Yeah. What would the
shit
science be behind? Like, to me, I have no background like yours, okay? But in my mind, if you're going to use a knife, that's more of a personal attack as opposed to a gun. A gun is like, non-person, like it's, you understand what I'm saying with that point.
I do. I understand. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, Chris Chalk's here.
Hey, Chris. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you think behind that with your background?
Okay, so usually if a knife is used during a homicide, usually it's considered like a passionate offense.
Yes.
So it's domestic related, or
yes,
it's usually personal related.
Yes.
Because you can get that close to your victim that you can use a knife. So the victim knows the attacker.
Right.
Etc. But in the case in Canada, just like like overseas,
yes,
they use knives because they're readily accessible.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not going to dissect the situation that's going on now. I'm just thinking.
No, just in general, like, yeah.
I think that these guys have an agenda, and they're either trying to create themselves to be some type of martyrs for a cause that either they created or some type of ideology that they believe in.
Yes.
Extremist ideologies or whatever it is, I don't know. But based upon like behavioral sciences wise, I think that they're doing something for a cause that they are either trying to create or that already exists that they believe in, and they're trying to support it and just to get it blasted out, internationally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it already is blasted out internationally. They've killed 10 people and wounded 15 now?
Yeah, that's so far. And I mean, who knows, if any of these guys don't want to, like, how many people are injured that didn't report it is what I'm trying to say, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, if they are living a less desirable off the grid kind of lifestyle, you're not going to go to police or ambulance or hospital because it's going to get reported, right? So, I mean,
that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's happened. I've seen that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Just because of the way that they're reporting on it, like how the information is trickling out, because they're saying, some didn't call 911, some just went to the hospital. So it took them a while to piece this all together. And I'm sure we'll find out more as the, time goes on. But I'm just curious, like, what kind of, in your opinion, and again, you're not, judging it, but like, what do you think would lead up to something like this? Like you said, a cause, like, and I don't know. I don't understand it. Like,
so it could be a religious ideology. It could be, which would lead to a sort of terrorism type thing.
Right.
It could be that they're mad at a certain race and they and honestly, and people don't know this, so those are two separate things.
Right.
It could be, I mean, who knows? But working together, look at, like I brought up, the Boston bombers are two brothers, and they blew, like they blew up bombs along the Boston Marathon.
Yep.
Like why? Like they were trying to bring attention to a belief or a cause that they
Mhm.
either created themselves or that they follow or that they believe in.
That's
So
actually an interesting point, and I don't know if the two are related or not. And I'm not trying to put out, false information or ideologies of my own either. But on one of the posts that I've seen, I don't know how informed you guys are in the States about this situation, but the remains are being found on native land.
mhm.
From indigenous people, and the Pope actually came to apologize to the indigenous people, and there people are looking for reconciliation, and I don't know if that's correlated to this or not, but I did see on one posting that if you are a residential school survivor and were exposed to this type of thing again, that could be not related, or it could be, we really don't know at this point, but I'm just throwing it out there that
But
that could possibly be.
that's a viable option for the purpose or the intent
Yes.
of what they're doing. That's an actual viable
Right.
cause for this. So yes, that could be the reason they're trying to bring
Right.
attention.
Right. And that could also be, intention of the media as well, trying to put a political spin on it. You know what I mean? Because they do that in these situations, and they
Of
take the
course.
humanity out of the act itself. And it's like, imagine the people that have just lost a loved one today because of some brothers, for whatever fucking reason, go
Mhm.
off the handle, and look what happens, and lives are destroyed. And it's just,
Mhm.
I don't know, like.
The media doesn't care about that part. They
No,
care
they
about
don't.
the glamour.
But I
They
care
care about
about humanity, like, about
yeah.
people.
They care about the glamour and the
The
viewership.
news. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all they care about. Trust me, I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I
Like
know.
it's fucking. But that could be a viable cause, like you brought up. That could be a viable cause. Why they're trying to bring attention to it. They're doing it obviously the wrong way. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but that could be a very actual reason why they're doing. We don't know, like you said,
Right.
we're just theorizing,
Right. Right.
but that could be the reason.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll find out. But they're going to get caught one way or the other. They're going to get caught. I mean, that's there's no. They're either like I said. There's they're going to get caught. Either
Oh yeah. Yeah.
they're either going to go out violently
Yeah. Which in
or
my opinion they would be, because you're making a statement. You're not gonna go sit in a jail cell after this. I know that.
right.
You
And
know.
the thing with going out violently is if all they have is knives and
Yeah.
RCMP carries guns,
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
They're screwed.
yeah, never bring a knife to a gunfight, right?
I know that was running through my. I was actually gonna title that this, but I thought
Yeah,
no, that's not very nice.
but they
But
could also they have other things that they could do, and I'm not going to say them publicly on here. There's other options that they have that they could create, or they think that they could create a bigger publicity thing for them to bring more show to the cause that they created or they're trying to represent. But it's not going to go well for them no matter what.
yeah. Look, okay, here's I'm just reading Twitter for the latest updates, and somebody posted something. It says 10 killed today and 15 injured in Saskatchewan. Trudeau would have been all over it to promote his gun ban, except the perps were native and killing spree was on a reserve. Therefore, he can't use his racist narrative, and killings were by stabbing. What a missed opportunity for the Liberals. Like, and that's what it's about, sadly, and it's not for me. And that's why I wanted to do this, because again, it's, the people are going to be lost on this. And like, you need to remember the people. Like, if it was your loved one, oh my God, like, I would bring the world down trying to get justice for someone on my team. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
it's just, I don't know, something's got to change.
Isn't it funny that they ban all these guns in Canada, yet all these people are being killed with knives? It's just weird to me how that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Just
Almost
like
like it doesn't make sense, huh?
oh, let's go figure. Banning all kinds of guns in the States, but yet people are still getting killed by guns every day by the thousands. So It just,
Well, and it's going even crazier. Like now, you know what the latest thing is, and this is horrible, is like in Toronto they have subways, you know, like in New York and shit like that, right? Well, people are like randomly attacking, well, supposedly the news is reporting as randomly attacking someone in front of a subway or lighting them on fire, and the lady died, and just all of these horrible things. Like it's just, you know, but I would consider that more of a terrorist attack than, because, you know, that's a vile incident of hatred. Like, I mean, you know, and it gets labeled under something, and then, you know, it's in the news for a few days and then it's gone. But it's like, you know, again, nobody wants to discuss why is everybody walking around on the brink of doing something so fucking unforgivable. You can't fix this. There's no way to fix it, like, unless they just kill themselves now, like, you know.
so we have the two problems that I've seen that we have is, one, we have the mentally ill that do
Yep.
stuff like this, and
Yep.
then we just have violent pieces of shit that roam the
Yeah.
earth, steal
Yeah.
lives.
Yeah.
So that's the two things. But either way, and I could get a lot of flack for this, either way, they both have to be stopped.
I agree, because I don't think you should get a lot of flack for saying that. Like, you can't just arbitrarily go around and be like, you know what, I'm sick of this life, and instead of just taking myself out, I'm going to destroy the whole country first and affect 25 people's different families, whether it's death or just injury or whatever. But these people are now traumatized by this event because of whatever we're going to find out. Will we ever know? No. You know, it'll be opinion and speculation and everything else. But it's just, I don't know, like, it's time that the powers that be start listening to the people, because again, it all goes back to that, like, not being heard, walking around with frustrations to the brim, you know, like, people can't function in a society like that and thrive.
That's true. And that's why I said I would take flack, because I brought up mentally ill.
Well,
Because
hey, I mean, you know what? We all suffer from something. We all have our demons or whatever, but it doesn't excuse the right to go around and kill somebody else.
I agree. I agree with that for sure. I agree with that 110%. Holy shit.
Unless, you know, someone's coming at you and it's a self-defense thing. We don't have self-defense laws in Canada. I wish we did. You know, but we don't. And again, those would probably be used for the wrong purposes. So you have to be careful what you want and wish for. But you know, you're allowed to defend yourself, but you're not allowed to use excessive force. So if someone breaks into my home and I say I had a gun and I shot them and I killed them, I would go to jail before they would have ever been charged for entering my home.
So trying to defend your life from somebody that's trying to take it would be considered excessive force in Canada?
Yes.
Really?
So you can only use reasonable force back. You cannot use excessive force. So, and this, I've had many arguments with people, because it's like, oh yeah, come into my home, threaten my life, threaten my person, threaten my safety, my security, and watch me not use excessive force. I'm a woman. You know what I mean? If I feel threatened, and because I have, you know, PTSD, I go to the worst place. Like, what if I react in a way that somebody else wouldn't? And now it's up to some quote unquote judicial system to decide what's right and wrong. Yeah, whatever. Give me a break. I used to believe in it. I do not anymore. And it's sad, because, you know, I want to believe in it, but I've just been let down too many times to believe it, you know, like.
I get it, and we're in two different countries, but
yeah, and I'm only speaking of, you know, what I've seen firsthand, like, not read in the papers or any of that. Like, it's my own experiences through my own opinions, and, you know, and I could be wrong. You could have a totally different view, and I would totally respect that and not be like, oh, you're an asshole, because I understand your position. You're in a different country.
We're on the same page.
Oh, I know, but I'm just to the people watching in the back, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, they might have a different view on it, but, you know, people have opinions based on things that have happened to them in their lives. And, you know, tend to see things a certain way. And I'm always open to a fair debate. If somebody can intellectually debate and not, you know, come up here and talk shit, and, you know, that just gets shut down, because you're not even smart about your argument. You know what I mean?
So I'll say, like, here in the States, and talking specifically about this topic that we're just discussing.
Yes.
So, like, certain states have what they call stand your ground laws,
Yes.
right? Where you don't have to retreat. I don't
Right.
care if you're in your front yard or you're in your back bedroom.
Right.
If someone comes in and attacks
Yes.
you and stuff, you can use deadly force.
Yes.
However, in a state that I'm in now, which is
Uh-huh.
Maryland,
Right.
God forbid, they don't have that.
Oh, they
In
don't.
Maryland, if I use deadly force upon my property or within my property, in my house,
Yep.
it's only justified basically if I have no other avenue or means of escape or something like that. So like you're talking about, like what you have to go through.
Right.
If I have no means of escape or a way to otherwise neutralize a situation by removing myself from it, and I use deadly force, then I could potentially be put in fucking prison for murder or
You know
assault.
what? I would fight to the ends of the earth if that were ever me, because, you know, there's not a single judge in the land that could ever convince me that I am in the wrong for defending my life, my security,
Correct.
my person, no matter what.
Correct.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Same page. Oh, there's Chris. Look at that guy. Did you shave today, Chris? I'm just asking for a friend. You're on mute.
Oh, yeah.
Chris, you're on mute. Yeah, there you go.
I did it. It just grew back, you know, after 6-7 hours.
5 o'clock saddle.
I can't help it.
You talk to Chris. I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay.
Good guy.
Sorry. Smoking a doob. So what's going on with you? What are your thoughts? Have you heard about any of this over there today?
No,
You haven't?
no, I don't watch the news.
Neither do I, but I actually heard about it. Well, YouTube, Twitter, you know, all the social media that I do use, I heard about it. And then of course I started digging because now I want to find out what's going on. Like what prompts people to do this kind of psycho stuff is beyond my realm of knowledge, but it always intrigues me to try and figure out the story behind the story, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, so a couple brothers, I don't know, just woke up today suddenly and decided that they were going to go on a mass stabbing spree. And you know, some people were targeted, some weren't, and they're not going to tell us why some people were targeted. You know, we're not allowed to know that. Just don't answer your door. So, you know, don't call for skip the dishes today, you know.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, and these guys are still at large right now. Like, so you know, they've locked down the you know, the pathways into other provinces and stuff. But were they on it in time is my question. Like, how much of a head start did these guys have? You know?
Yeah, and are they armed?
Well, that we don't know because they're not telling us. And apparently, one of the suspects has been wanted since May. I'm not sure why and how it escalated into this family affair of stabbings. I have no idea, but I hope that gets addressed eventually. And yeah, it's like there's so much they're not telling us right now. And you know, I understand Mr. Smith, and thank God he comes on and talks to me when I'm like that, because he explains it in a way that I don't get, like behind the scenes stuff. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, you just want to see people pay for what they've done, right? Like,
Yeah, definitely can get caught. Yeah.
yeah,
Sooner than later.
yeah, before they do too much more damage, you know. Oops. I'm gonna look on Twitter right now and see if there's any updates. That's where I'm getting my news from, because I
was
trust
watching-
real time shit more than I trust YouTube, you know, or the news.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
you know,
Definitely.
yeah, it's true, you know. Let's see. They're still on the run, it's saying. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
And
and everybody's
in
like
your
in an
region?
uproar.
It's-
Yeah,
it's
everybody's in an uproar saying he's gonna ban all the knives now, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah.
It's like that in the UK too.
Yeah, it's mental. I don't understand it. Like, you know, wow.
I had no clue it was like that. A buddy of mine was telling me a couple weeks ago. I'm like, what?
Oh
They
yeah.
don't have guns or anything.
Well, they do, but this one's a
Well, yeah,
different
they
type
do.
of attack, right? You know, so
Yeah.
that's probably why it's getting the attention of the world, because it's a different type of attack now. But
Right.
I mean, how many times do things like this happen on reserves that we don't know about? You know what I mean? It just happened to make the news because I don't know. Well, it's a massive thing. They're still on the run, right? So
Yeah. So they have to
yeah,
tell everyone, keep your
yeah.
eye
Well,
out.
and they need our help is what it comes down to. You know, they
Yeah.
need people to call in for tips and stuff like that. They need us, you know. So
Oh yeah, they do better with social media.
oh yeah. Yeah. But go to a protest and, you know, the governments are shutting down your bank account. Now, I wonder if these guys can get away, if they can get gas, because maybe their bank accounts haven't been shut down yet, or maybe that
Oh,
just needs to be a protest
oh,
in
they
order
could
for that to
definitely get it.
happen. You
Yeah, they
know,
can get gas. They can
yeah,
just
of
hop
course
to
they
another
can.
car.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
So now what are we talking about? Theft of vehicle, carjacking, what? Like, did this person get, like, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. It's, fuck.
You're
I'm
getting a
not.
little anxiety over this.
Well, it pisses me off. Like, I mean, it takes shit like this to happen before people listen, and it shouldn't take that. Like, you know, I don't. Well, actually, your president is no better. He's as dumb as they come too. It's like a fucking deer in headlights when you're talking to these people. They don't want to hear it. They just escape to their cabins and go on their private jets. They don't want to hear it. You know.
Yeah, just escape.
We might actually have it worse.
Well, yeah, I think you do actually, but
Yeah. It's
yeah, exactly.
not to change the subject, but Chris, you'll appreciate this. You might too, Kim. I was outside. I was in my shop because I don't smoke in the house. So I walked outside, and there was a giant praying mantis,
Oh my god.
like hanging on the wall, and they can bite like mofos.
Oh my god. Really?
And I'm like, I'm sitting there smoking. I look. I'm like, and it starts going towards me and fluttering around. I'm like, I shut the door and I locked. I threw my cigarette out, shut the door and locked it. I'm like, going back in, going to my safe space. Hey, there's two Chris's.
I'm gonna remove the one from his house. I hope there's no feedback now.
Oh, you don't have to.
There. No, it's good.
Right.
You're good.
I jumped on my phone, and I could have just jumped back. I got the link anyways.
Yeah, you do. That's why I put it in the chat.
When I go outside, it's kind of like Mr. Smith. I gotta like switch my headset to my phone, and
I know. That's why I just use the phone, right? Because I don't want to be stuck to the damn desk.
yeah, but there's things you can do.
I know.
That you can't do on the phone.
I know, like screen share and stuff, right? So I don't have to do my ghetto fabulous ways anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there must be a screen share. There's probably a bunch of different options.
Yeah, there is.
I haven't done it yet to see. I don't know what Lev sees. I mean,
live stream.
I don't know what I don't know what you can see, like the options. You could probably edit the show and.
Well, it depends on your stream. It depends on the streaming service you're using. If you're using StreamYards, you can get a free package that you can still share a screen and invite, you know, I think it's 6 guests or whatever. But if you pay for it, then you get more options, right? Like you can stream to more channels, you can add more people, you can edit stuff, you can add clips. It's more professional, right? Like I'm just ghetto fabulous and
so
can't be bothered.
With the free StreamYard, you're limited to the amount of guests. You're also limited to the amount of time or space size of your video file, like the duration that it. When you pay for it, it kind of increases, not by a whole hell of a lot. And I did go with the paid version just because Chris said you're going to start doing more live streaming, and last time you saw the results of that. But I'm just kidding.
No, it's good because then you can stream to multiple platforms. So, you know, you can stream to Chris's channel at the same time or multiple channels, multiple platforms even, right? So, like, you know.
Why am I answering this? He's the IT guy. I'm not.
I know. That's what I was thinking when he's asking the question. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, are we getting punked here or what?
I don't know nothing about live stream or YouTube. I use like Microsoft Teams and stuff like that, you know.
I hardly use that if I can help it.
Chris, you're doing the next live stream, and Kim and I are going to be on it. It's going to be your first time. See how you like it.
Yeah, I have to come up with. I got to come up with some money so I could buy the package. What is it for the year?
Yeah,
Per month.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think it's for a year. I think it is.
Oh, you can do it per month. I thought I used to have the monthly package, or per year. I think you pay less.
Well, when you're a big shot like 556, you're retired.
Read between the lines.
Couple yachts. He just buys software and everything just for a hobby.
I download it for free.
Yeah, I'm going to look for it for free.
Yeah.
Which it isn't easy to find anything decent.
Not anymore, because when you find it, they take it off, right?
They want your credit card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, they do.
Yeah, I ain't giving my. Screw that.
All right, 6 watching now, 8 likes. So there's been at least 8 people here. So
yeah,
I already sent out a message. Spread the word. Get everyone over here. So,
did you hear about the clowns, Mr. Smith? Oh my God! You know what I just did? I just realized it. I made a cup of coffee and it's probably overflowing.
Oh
my God!
Speaking
it's
of clowns,
so funny. I just cleaned the whole kitchen.
Yeah, what clowns?
Oh, when I was a kid, there was a van with clowns driving around, a white van.
Oh God, yeah, the white van.
Yeah, it was like the late 70s. I think I was in grade school.
Poltergeisting the shit out of everybody.
Yeah. Mr. Smith. It was just Mr. Smith listening to death metal.
Oh my God, you're not one of those people, are you? My ex is a fucking death metaler. Like,
I'm sure he was.
Oh my God.
I like Motley Crue, Metallica, things like that.
No, that's not death metal. No, God.
Oh no, that's not death metal.
No, I'm talking like screaming anger, rage. Like, oh my God, I don't even know the names of them.
No, that's
I had
just
a friend.
In my head. That's just.
I had a friend that did like death metal and rap.
Really?
Yeah. Whatever happened. It was good actually. He was a big hit. But he got romantic with the girl and had to leave the band.
Yoko Ono on up.
Yeah, he kind of had to grow up, but he still got his studio.
Sorry, should I have not said that?
No, it was totally what happened.
Poor kid.
I see his face when I said it. It was kind of funny. I say things and I like to watch people's reactions as a shock factor.
Oh, you'll love Mr. Smith then. He has 1 million reactions.
I love to be as surprised as everybody else when things come out of my mouth.
Oh, Pantera. Carol brought up Pantera.
Yeah, and heavier even, like Napalm.
They weren't even that men. That weren't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah, like really twisted shit. Like. I don't even get it. And he's like, I just put it on and cry. And I'm like, I'd cry too listening to this shit. Like, holy. Oh my God.
And a lot of these heavy metal bands would go to like the ballads, right? Like,
right.
Especially during like the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
They'd do these ballads that was like completely off.
Like Ozzy singing ballads, but man, were they good back in the day. You know what I mean?
They were good.
They still are good. Like good classic. Like holy shit, where did this come from? Out of this guy? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
When you gonna come to Rhode Island? I need you to paint all these walls.
I ain't coming up here to paint.
We gotta make this a bachelor pad.
Well, we were supposed to take a trip up to Maine, Massachusetts or Maine.
Go there. You'll enjoy it. It's much better.
Summer. Oh, I've been there before. She hasn't.
Yeah, Maine is beautiful.
And we're supposed to be there. Well, they have big sharks up there, especially.
Don't go in the water.
I love the water.
Just make sure you have some seafood because it's good in Maine too.
I love the Cape. Great swimming, great fishing, bad sharks. But
I don't swim in the ocean. I don't want anything touching my leg. Fuck that.
Yeah,
we're taking my leg.
Yeah. I was in a lake a couple of weeks ago and the sunfish were hitting my ankles.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
Yeah. But Kim, I was
like, sure. All those years I've tried catching these bastards and They're really right there.
Yeah.
Hundreds of them.
Kim, I
They're so
actually got
curious.
caught
They
in a
swim up there.
I actually got caught in a shark feeding frenzy once in the Atlantic Ocean. I
Oh
don't
my
know if you
God.
did it.
And you. So those aren't your real legs.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
Are you talking to
Are
me
those
or
your
her?
real legs?
Who are you talking to? Me or her?
You.
Oh. Yeah, they're
With the Shark Tank.
Dude, this is my stunt double. What are you talking about?
Ah.
He's the
But yeah,
bionic man over here.
Yeah, but out in the Atlantic, and
I remember that.
Well, how old was I? I don't know. I was a kid. I wasn't young, but I wasn't old either. I was probably like early teenage years.
Right.
I'm out swimming. This is before I lived on the beach, the Atlantic beaches in Delaware, but it was Delaware. And I'm out swimming, like everybody's out in the water. Everything's great. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm doing my thing, and I'm out boogie boarding, snorkeling, freaking whatever, because I was a big water kid.
Yeah.
Growing up. And then I remember coming up, and I heard like lifeguard whistles. Bleep, 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 bleep.
Oh no.
I went back under, come back up, bleep, 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 bleep. Come back under, come back up. And I'm looking, I'm probably like, I don't know, 30 yards, maybe or so offshore.
Oh my God.
And I'm looking, there's just like this huge crowd on the beach, right?
Oh my God.
And I hear the bleep, 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 lifeguard whistles. And I'm looking, but everyone's looking and pointing in my direction. I look around, I realize,
Oh God.
I'm the only one out here. There's nobody else. And they're like, and lifeguard's like, bleep, 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 bleep.
Yeah, freaking out.
And then I start hearing splash, 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 splash. And I turn around, and probably another 10 yards, 15 yards behind me, there's this huge dorsal fin.
Oh God.
Splashing
Oh my
back
God.
and forth on top of the water. That is the fastest I ever swam
Yeah.
in my life to get to shore. It was just a shark doing a feeding.
Oh, the
for sharks.
famous Armenian rock skipping.
Yeah, Armenian.
You skip
yeah.
right out of that.
What kind of shark was it? Like a great white, or
it was probably a bull shark or something, but it was feeding.
either way, you're not going to think about that at the time. I'd be out too.
No,
Like,
hell no. Once I turned
well, you know what's funny is last year. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Everyone's looking at me, and the lifeguards like, bleep, 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 and
Oh my God.
It was just sharks feeding on bluefish, a school of fish, or something like that. But I just happened to be the only idiot that wasn't paying attention.
Last year for my birthday, my friend flew me out to Vancouver Island to Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to go whale watching. That was always on my bucket list. So we went whale watching for my birthday. And I didn't even think about this. I'm such an idiot. So like I'm like you, Mr. Smith. I'm the class clown. I'm sure you guys can tell, like, you know, blah, blah, blah. If I think it, I say it, like no filter. So we're on the boat and I'm live. I think it was on Facebook at the time, actually. And so like my friends are watching and they're like, holy shit, are you in a dinghy? Like, you know, on the ocean with whales? And I'm like, oh shit, you know, like I've seen, you know, Jaws and like, what if this thing comes, because when they go under the water, they're down for like 7 or 8 minutes. Like it's a long time and you don't know where they're coming up. Like, and I recently actually just seen a video of a dude just chilling on the ocean in his raft, like we were, and this fucking whales underneath his boat for like an hour. I would have had a stroke and died by then. Like seriously, I would like goodbye, make sure my dog gets taken care of. You know what I mean? Like I'm out. Holy shit.
I know
exactly. My God.
I've seen the videos, like just some idiot out in a kayak. And
yeah.
Then, like, a whale comes.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like I'm glad I didn't see that before he went on the boat because it would never have happened. But I thought about it and I was like, oh. And they dress you up in these like snowmobile heavy ass outfits, right? Because I'm serious. So it's like dead weight. You might as well give me cement shoes, you know, like here you go. So if the boat tips before the whale eats you, you're going to drown because you weigh 3,000 pounds.
Right.
So, yeah, if you don't have a stroke or die because of the cement shoes you're wearing or get eaten by the whale, It's over. Like,
Yeah.
holy God. But it was amazing. I wouldn't have traded it in for anything. It was absolutely phenomenal. Like I would have to be drunk to do it again. But yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But where you are, you've got those. What are they called? Shit, the whale orcas, the black and white.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the big ones. Yeah. Killer
Yeah.
whales. We even seen what's that other the humpback whales, those are kind of ugly. Because they're all bumpy and big and yeah.
Whales.
It looks like they
Yeah,
have looks like they need chemo or something. I don't know.
it's like the blue.
Do you stand on the beach and go like, "You ugly motherfucker"?
Actually,
Throw
I yell at
rocks
birds
it. Just throw
because
rocks
I
or
have
golf balls at it.
ADD, so the noise really gets to me. So I get okay. So listen to this. You can't make this shit up. Okay, so I was nervous about my trip, right? I hadn't
Ow.
flown in many years. So I instead of, packing and sleeping like most people do before they go on a trip, I was up all night drinking by myself. So, I had to get on this plane. I'm hammered, and I find out that they will not serve me alcohol on the plane because you have to pre-buy it, right? Like who's kind of a planner like that, right? So I was pissed off. So by the time I'm making videos, by the way. I'm like standing out front being like, where's my waitress with my mimosa on their roller skates? Like, so I get to Victoria, I land. Oh yeah. So my friend's watching this on the other end going like, holy shit, right? Like, what did we just sign up for? So she picks me up at the airport. I'm still drunk, right? Because I hadn't slept. It was a 5-hour flight. I got there. I'm like, where am I going? So doesn't the bitch have mimosas for me?
Yeah.
So she's like, oh my God. Like when she seen the state I was in, it's like early morning, right? Most like her husband left work to pick me up at the airport. I'm drunk. He's just done work. So they take me to the beach to try and calm this bitch down. And I'm yelling at the birds because they're squawking like, rah, rah, driving me crazy. They're taking
Right.
video laughing. Like, I'm just like, oh my God. Yeah, that's the type of person I am. So that was just a fun little story
Was
that
it Air
came out of nowhere.
Canada?
No, it was
Air
WestJet.
Canada
I hate Air
Rouge
Canada.
Airlines?
WestJet.
Oh, WestJet. Oh.
Yeah, I hate Air Canada. They're too expensive.
Mhm.
But
They
yeah,
fly over
so
my house all the time.
it was quite the adventure. So her friend meets me. Oh God. I'm that friend you have to warn everybody about before you introduce them, right? Like
I guess so.
yeah. So her friend comes over, and the first thing this bitch says to me was she was mad at me for yelling at the birds.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I am serious. Okay.
I almost smoked.
Don't yell at the birds.
You can't make this up. They're real tree huggers out there, and I'm a hippie too. Don't get me wrong, but like seriously, okay. The sidhawks, like the birds I'm talking about, the seagulls, the pigeons, right? Like the
Yeah.
the
Oh,
squawky.
the beach rats.
Yes. They're like, oh, okay, so now you get it.
I got it. Yeah.
Someone's at the door.
Jesus.
Sorry. Oh, well, at least you can laugh, right?
I'm trying to fix one of those lamp pieces, like the chandeliers.
Well, right now
Yeah, sorry. Just
you're
putting
on
together.
live trying to fix it.
I know, sorry. Putting together the house. Waiting for 556 to come paint.
Paint your walls black.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Put beer taps in the walls.
Yeah.
Water
Oh, yeah,
bongs
so-
in the bathroom.
So Kim, when his ex moved out, she left like gigantic issues with the walls, so now he's trying to.
Yeah, she left like a wake in her path.
Oh,
I heard she hit your car.
Oh my God. took out the frickin'. She made my gasoline car an electric car.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's a slot in it now, so you can plug in the.
Oh my God.
I get to laugh. I get to sit back here as like a mid-Atlantic, Western Maryland hillbilly. She says a boot and you say caw. So
Yeah,
I get to.
Yeah, I love the way they talk. You guys have R's, like MRE, he'll be like Angela, you know, like not Angela, like, you know, driver, not driver. Like I love it. Like it's just funny.
My
not funny, but I like it.
My mom grew up in Providence.
What do you mean funny?
See, my mom grew up in Providence, and she always taught me growing up. You say "park the car in Harvard Yard." That's what we're always.
Park the car in Harvard Yard. What?
That's what she said.
Park the car in Harvard Yard.
Yeah, the people in Boston talk like that.
Get rid
They
of
talk
the R's. Get rid of the R's. Park the car in Harvard Yard.
That's funny. That's so funny. Yard. Yeah, like car keys is car keys. Like what?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I don't talk like that. That's more like a Boston.
No, you talk more. No, you have more of an Italian accent than a New England.
Yeah, I come from a small town in Rhode Island, Johnston, Rhode Island. Even the French kids sound like they're Italian.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, people think we're from New York, but we're not.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, Chris definitely has more of an Italian accent than a New England accent for sure.
I'm not even sure I would know the difference, to be honest with you.
It's okay. I could always change my accent anyways.
Wow, you sound whiter.
Jesus.
Oh my.
Oh my God. Did I tell you about the time I went into the nail place and my wife at the time, she was arguing with the Korean lady, and the lady's going, she's like, "You want them pointy or round?" And my wife is like, "I don't want them pointy." She says, "You want them pointy?" I'm like, I gotta get the frig out of here. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Isn't it nice?
Where's your manager? I am the manager. I own store.
Yeah.
Isn't it nice though, Chris? You can actually say now, "My wife at the time."
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm some old friggin' bachelor. I've been married 17 times. Oh yeah.
What?
No, I don't want. It's to me, it's not anything to brag about.
Oh, all right. Well,
You
want me to fucking talk about it or what?
Huh? Yeah, I don't care.
You see what I did there, Cam? I changed.
There's a lot of comedy in.
I changed my accent. So.
There's a lot of comedy in family stuff. You know, look at Al Bundy. Remember Al Bundy?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
My family's like the Osbournes.
Yeah, mine was like a mix of Chevy Chase and Al Bundy put together.
Yeah, kind of.
Who's the actor that played Al Bundy?
Ed O'Neill.
Ed O'Neill.
Yeah.
You know who he's friends with? Michael Franzese.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He is friends with Michael Franzese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did it. They actually did a show about it.
Al Bundy did.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen that, and I watched a lot of Franzese interviews.
Yep.
Wow. I'm gonna have to look that up. How long have they known each other? Like way back in the day, or just recent?
No, not recent. This goes back in time.
Wow.
Hold on. While you guys talk, let me look it up, and I'll put the link. Or I'll put the link in the background. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yep.
That guy Franzese, like he is such a good talker, man. Like he's one of those guys that you could just stories for days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've heard different takes on it. You know what I mean? Depends on what
Yeah,
side they
you
listen
will.
to. Well, I
You
know.
will, of course. Yeah,
Oh,
no one,
that's the
no one
thing,
knows the
but
real. Yeah,
well, and that's why like I'm almost afraid to say like I don't know. I don't want to piss anybody off. You know.
that's that's why we never talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't bring up his name.
Yeah, you know, because it's like even the Bible, you know, through the years the stories change.
Yeah. It's interpretation. It's theory.
Yeah.
It's it's like I mean I don't know. It's just one of those things that.
The guy's he's a good talker. He can talk. He's
Yeah.
a good talker.
Yeah, he's a very good talker, and that's why it's hard to know what is.
I watched. I think I watched the thing with him on Vlad.
Yeah. He's done lots.
It was
on
interesting.
There. Very.
It was interesting. Yeah.
He's done lots of videos with him.
I dropped the link in the private chat.
You know the one that I think. Okay. You know the one that I think, and not that I really want to talk about this, but since we are, but the one interview that him and Sammy did on Vlad, I think it was.
Together. Yeah. I think I caught
that
a
was the
little of
most
that.
unhinged I've ever seen Michael Francis. Like, that's when you tell a person's character, right? Like, not what they want you to see, like all composed and everything. Like, he still kept his composure, but like he didn't go ghetto or anything. But
Didn't they meet in a neutral location?
yeah, with security and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Kim, check the private chat because I dropped the link to the Ed O'Neill and Michael Franzese.
Okay, hang on a second. How do I do it on my phone without getting booted off? If I get booted off, I'll come right back. So just talk amongst yourselves. Pass the card in the Harvard Yard.
I would end up not. I wouldn't even bring a car into Boston.
Do you stop at red lights, sir? Like, is it like Detroit or what?
Yeah, I would. It's crazy in Boston. I don't even know how people rent those bikes. I'm like, you're crazy. You're gonna get hit by a car. And then you got, and then the best part about it, you got people on those segways, right?
Yeah.
You'll see them show up. Oh, this is this, this is that. The guy's like a tourist, tour for some, tourist thing.
Yeah.
And they follow all these different routes, and I'm like, they're gonna get killed on those things. I'm like, they just go right out. He's like, follow me. I'm like, don't you need a class on one of them things?
Follow me.
And they're literally going right out into the real traffic. Like people are like, get out of my way. I'm trying to go to work.
He might as well be dressed as a clown. Follow me.
Oh yeah, he's a character too. They all wear blue helmets. It's funny. I'm like, what? Who the hell would want to come to this? I don't see it. I don't see it. I can understand Myrtle Beach, like Carolina or Florida, as a for a vacation, but
it's always the biggest cities that they have that program too. That at least here
oh
in
my
Canada,
God.
It's like, are you kidding me? It would take me a day to bike across. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I walk like 5-6 blocks, right? I'm thinking about getting one of those electric scooters, but then I'm like, no, I'm gonna end up getting hit. I'm gonna get hit by a car.
For the trail, not the whale.
Chris, I would pay good money to see you riding an electric scooter.
Me too.
In Boston, for sure.
When I get some extra money, I am gonna get one that goes like 70.
Oh my God. People drive those here and they make me mad because it's like, I got to pay car insurance, and these assholes like pretend they're vehicles and it's like, no, you're not. Like,
like, what are they doing?
I just want to see Chris wearing like this helmet and going down a Boston street.
I'm not wearing a helmet.
With the blue Jimmy the helmet hat on.
I'm not going to wear a helmet. In Rhode Island, we don't wear helmets.
No, we don't wear helmets at all. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm not wearing no helmet. That's going to mess with my eyesight.
It's going to mess with my hearing.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can borrow
just
mine.
A distraction.
Like you're in Top Gun.
Totally. Oh my God.
It's just, Jesus. It's just a distraction. I need to. If I'm gonna crash, I'm jumping off the bike.
I'm crying over here. Holy shit. That's like, all I keep getting pictures of is that guy driving that electric car sleeping, like driving by one of these guys on a scooter. Like this guy was sleeping driving his car. Like, isn't that
That's
distracted
scary.
driving?
Yeah,
Oh my
that's gotta
God.
be.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're not even awake. Like,
Yeah. Some
Is that one of
80-year-old lady's gonna look at that and then, yeah, plow into another car. Yeah.
oh my God.
They
Holy
do have
shit.
them though. They got these cars that drive themselves now.
It was. I can't believe it. It was one of those self-driving electric vehicles, and he was
Yeah.
legitimately like leaned back in his seat, sleeping.
Sleeping. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Like, I mean, you can't look at your phone because that's distracted driving, but you can be completely unconscious and drive.
Have you both seen the movie Office Space?
No, I don't think so.
Office Space.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm brutal with movies, man.
So the opening thing is like dudes driving in like rush hour traffic, and they're trying to, like, there's a lane opening, so they go and gun it. They get in, and then they're stuck again, and the next lane's passing them that they were just in. And then there's an old dude with a walker on the sidewalk.
Oh no.
Who ends up passing? Stuck in traffic, ends up passing them.
Lovely.
Office Space. Check it out.
Oh, I will.
Oh my God.
I'm on it.
Office
Holy.
Space. One of the best movies ever.
Wow. That was
Oh,
funny. I was like, I had tears running down my face. I was laughing so hard. Holy.
Did she
I
take
needed
the
that.
mop?
What?
I just realized she took the mop.
You know what? Women, bitches be crazy when they're bitter. Like, they will take toilet paper, they will take pillows, they will take anything because you
Oh my
want
God.
it. They are mad. They are mad at the world and they want that toilet paper. And they're going to drive into your car and break down
Take the toilet
chandeliers.
paper.
And, they
Yep.
will take the light bulbs out of your lights. Like,
Yeah. I just had to go and get lights for all the rooms.
I was about to ask. It's 1 a.m.
She took the vacuum too. The vacuum's
It's 1
gone.
a.m. Why are you looking for a mop at 1 a.m. and then
oh my God, that would be like
Wow.
that. Oh yeah, I know how they are. We are, not they. We. So, you have to be pretty pissed off, to fight over that kind of stuff. But been there, done it. Like,
Well, she cheated on me. I don't get it.
yeah.
She's
Wow.
pissed off. I guess so. No mop, no broom, no vacuum.
No light bulbs, no toilet paper. Got bread, no butter.
Luckily, I hid the butter. She did clean some out. She did clean some of that out. I checked it. And I'm like, holy crap! She was like, got a giant spoon and put it in another container.
Not the butter.
Yeah, she took the butter. She freaking had a wax candle. You know the light bulb things that burn the wax, and it's
Oh,
scented.
yeah. Yeah.
She put the wax in one of my good pans and boiled water with the wax in the pan to smell the whole freaking house up, right?
Yeah.
And it was like the one I didn't like. Oh, it turned my stomach. So I had to dump that out, wash the pan like 8 times.
Oh my God.
I've just never heard a Canadian say butter.
Wow.
Butter.
I'm saying it like you guys. I want to fit in.
Butter.
Well, she didn't take my maple syrup,
Or your igloo.
I keep that hidden.
Was that a Canadian joke? Your maple syrup?
Oh,
Yeah. I still got my syrup. But they don't need it, so. But one weird thing, I was supposed to have the kid this weekend, and I haven't seen her yet.
No, now I have to take that serious. I can't laugh at that.
Yeah, right? That's kind of messed up.
That's not right.
I guess she wanted to move into her house with the kid. I don't know. make it
That's
easier.
one
Who
thing I don't
knows?
go for, is using children as a pawn in between adult issues. That's not right. Like, and your kid's
Yeah.
only going to grow up to resent you, the person that's doing that.
Yep.
So don't, don't play games. That's one thing. I mean, joking about taking light bulbs is one thing, but doing stuff like that, no. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
That's not right.
My
Yeah, that's the
Karma.
second weekend. It's a second weekend actually, because I was supposed to have her last weekend, and she pulled some wacky stuff. I'm talking
Well,
put on a scene, and
oh boy.
then it was like, oh, she's staying with my mother for the weekend. I don't trust you, or something like that. And
Whoa.
I'm like, what?
Well, I hope that you guys can work something out amongst yourselves, and it doesn't need to go to court for, like, visitation and stuff like that. But
Oh yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to revisit it.
yeah, how old's your daughter?
She's just gonna make things more and more difficult. 5.
Oh, that's tough. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but it's best. It was what's best for us. It was to.
Oh no, I mean that there's a 5-year-old involved in it, because that makes things
Yeah.
even more complicated, especially when it's messy like that.
It drags it out for
Yeah.
years.
I mean, hopefully we can't stay mad forever, so hopefully cooler heads will prevail and she'll calm or sit down and
Return the light bulbs.
yeah, and bring the toilet paper back, bitch. Like, I mean, holy.
Well, I hid it. I hid the toilet paper and the wipes and all that. I hid it in my office.
Well,
And
you need to change the
I would
locks
put
by
it
the
out a
sounds
little.
of it.
I was putting it out a little at a time.
Rationing it.
Yep.
That's funny.
She broke the toilet. I still gotta get the chain, Mr. Smith. I gotta get the chain.
You haven't fixed that yet?
No.
Dude, that's easy.
You want to eat?
Because sometimes
that's
you just sit. Sometimes you just sit and stare at the walls like, what the hell?
I get that part. But,
It's like a Pink Floyd video.
Right? But it's not. That's what it is.
Pink Floyd video. The pig is coming.
No, I was thinking more like Vera.
Yeah. What has become of you?
See?
Right?
See? Kim knows.
I seen Pink Floyd in concert.
Oh, I never got to. They broke up the year I graduated high school.
Did you see the pig on the cables?
I was supposed to go see Jerry Garcia, and he died that same summer. It was a horrible summer.
Oh.
Yep, June of '95. So it was like the summer. Yeah, summer of '95. I was gonna go see Pink Floyd with Roger Waters, and they split up. They split up for the last time.
I seen him. I can't remember what year it was, but it was at the CNE in Toronto at the X.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild.
Thousands of people.
Oh yeah. Well, the biggest concert I've ever been to was the SARS one they had, the Rolling Stones. It was supposed to be a free event, but like AC/DC stole the show, man, believe it or not. And they had all kinds of bands, and I think there was like hundreds of thousands of people, like a couple 100,000 people in Toronto. It was crazy.
Wow.
So yeah, that was pretty wild, but it was the best day ever. Like, it was so hot. Holy God. And I remember, like, we got up there as far as we could go, and AC/DC come on, and Dan Aykroyd was like the ceremony for the event or whatever, and he's like, don't push up. And thank God he said that, because, like, you don't want to be up front when everyone's pushing a crowd that big, right? You're not going to make it out. So it was the best day ever. It was just hot, and it was fun. Good times.
Awesome.
Did you see the pig on the cables for Pink Floyd?
I did, yeah. And there's an Pigs on the Wing that my Andrew used to sing that to me. We'd be on the middle of Lake Louise, and he played guitar and sing that to me.
Wow.
Yeah, I got videos of that, so that's pretty cool. Awesome memory. Yeah,
that's cool.
I remember sitting at the table at the wedding with Ron Wood in Miami he was a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
His wife was hot as hell too, but she had her own bodyguards.
Oh yeah.
And Oh yeah, but Rolling Stones, good band. But I could actually see AC/DC.
Oh, they stole the show hands down.
Yeah, I could actually see that happening.
Yeah. What's his name? Justin Timberlake, I think it was.
Oh
He
God.
came and people were throwing bottles of piss at him. I did feel bad for him because, you know, it was an event that was supposed to raise money for the healthcare workers
I
because it
saw
was
a
like
video
kind of
on
after
that.
COVID, right? So, but they
Yeah.
didn't call it COVID back then; it was SARS. And this was the first event, and it was supposed to raise money for all the healthcare workers. And even though like he was on the wrong bill for sure, like he did not fit in with this group, you know. But
Mhm.
I mean, he still shouldn't have had bottles of piss thrown at him. But you know, it happens.
I didn't know that was piss. I thought they were just water bottles.
No, it was piss.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw the video of him getting.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
water bottle.
Yeah. You know, he's a human too. Like, I mean, he's not my cup of tea, but you know, have some respect. Huh.
No, I get it.
Thing of the past, you know, but yeah, I've seen lots of concerts in my day and done lots of things, and I got some wild stories. It's good to laugh
Phil
about them.
Collins? You know Phil Collins is using a cane?
Yeah, he's got some
Yeah, I guess he's
detrimental
getting
health
old.
issues. No, he's got some detrimental health issues. One of the best drummers and vocalists of our time. But he's got some health issues going on.
Well, look at Ozzy now. Like he's got, what is it, dementia or Parkinson's? I think it is Parkinson's.
Oh, he's had dementia since like the 70s. But
yeah, well, yeah. But now I seen a picture of him the other day, and I was like, holy God, does he not look good at all? Like
yeah,
it was bad.
He's going downhill too, unfortunately. He's funny though.
Oh yeah, totally. Funny. I can't believe he's even still living with the lifestyle he led growing up. Like, holy crap, you know.
Eating bats' heads and drugs.
I know, I'm on stage. Like, oh my God, what the hell?
He's just well pickled.
Yeah, totally. Those are the ones that last forever, actually.
Yep.
Well pickled.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah, a good friend of mine is this guy Tommy, man. He's been smoking ganja for years, and he is just pickled. And he goes.
I have too.
He
so
has
I
like the
can't say
same.
nothing about that.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to too. He just does the same regimen every day. It blows my mind.
It does the body good, man.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I always, when I talk to him, I'm like, my Armenian buddy, how you doing?
I know, isn't he on some board to abolish it? And we're like, woo, smoking a joint.
Tells me all these stories. Yeah.
It's legal here in Canada, Mr. Smith.
Do you know how much weed I destroyed over my career?
I don't want to hear it.
You know how mad I am to hear that?
La, 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 la. Don't want to hear it.
I would have been standing over that, like, woo.
He's been trying to tell me that for months now. I don't want to hear it.
Well, you know, I think I made my cousin smoke it with me for the first time. She thinks I'm a nut too. So I go up to her cottage a couple weeks ago, and we're like, you know, one of those days where you just get up. It was kind of raining out, and you just start having a couple casuals. Next thing you know, you're telling stories, and oh my God. So I was like, well, you know, like, you got to smoke a joint with me, like, because she's really uptight. Like, she needs to just, you know. So she did, and it was great. Like, that's the most relaxed I've ever seen her. Like, see, get it, India. Look.
Look at this guy.
What time is it? 4:20.
It's 1:11. Make a wish.
Yo. I think it's funny. I'm envisioning like a commercial about anti-drug, wearing a helmet, riding a cycle, a scooter, and in the biggest city ever, with a anti-cross through it. Like no.
Hey, she left the umbrella and the crazy lights.
Oh, those
It's a little busted
like
up.
Lights.
Hey. A little bit of a outdoor patio.
If you haven't figured out, Kim, we're twin brothers of a different mother. But,
yeah.
Yeah.
MRE's
this
in
all
the
set
same
up.
family. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's making the sauce.
Well, he knows MRE. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look
Grew
at
up
it.
with him.
Look at,
Yeah.
look at all that smoke. What is that smoke?
That's my
Same as a
cigarette
cigarette.
too. See?
It's the same as a cigarette.
I thought he was doing the vape thing.
Well, you can vape it, you can eat it, you can whatever. Like
Vape. I got a
you can
cigarette going.
ingest it. There's CBD oil, there's pot oil, there's all kinds of stuff now.
Kim, don't encourage him.
Hey, it's legal in Canada, man. We're allowed.
Kim, I got this stuff. The other day. It's clear. I never got a clear one before.
Me neither. That's weird. Is it good?
Yeah, it works great. It's a sativa.
Oh.
I'll go
Sleep.
smoke my legal cigarette while you two.
Talk about illegal
Yeah.
activities.
No, it's legal here.
Oh, is it good? Well, not that it matters, but yeah, you know.
Pineapple Phoenix.
What is that? CBD oil or what is it?
No, it's THC.
A vapor? A vape thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can
Yeah. Well,
get like vapes.
my good
You
one
can
died, so I found this old one I had, a little battery one,
Yeah.
and it works. So screw it. I had a newer setup, but it
Got
sat in my
swipe?
car all summer.
Oh no. That sucks.
So it worked for a couple minutes and then it stopped working. I'm like, I'm not playing games. I waited 5 months to, not have my medicine.
Yeah. I'm not playing games. That's funny. Yeah, they have all kinds of good stuff. Like, I don't know. Me and my friend one time, oh my God, I got these gummy bears from this guy that I was working with.
Yeah.
Oh my God. They were like 450 milligrams for one gummy bear. So we were drinking one night and we're like, okay, so like it was the first time I had tried these. So we had two, like we didn't even wait, right? We're like, oh, let's just go straight for, overkill. So the next thing, bad idea to mix vodka and that. But yeah, oh my God, we were both getting sick at the same time. It was not good.
Oh, wow.
They were very strong, but yeah, like you need to see how strong they are and let it, you realize it's a creeper and let it kick in before you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd have to eat like probably 3 of them and then just stay away for like hours.
Yeah. Well, I definitely don't recommend drinking a bottle of vodka with it because it just, they don't like each other, I think,
Yeah, I wouldn't. Unless it's like Grey Goose.
I like Absolute or Smirnoff if I have to, but yeah. Grey Goose is all right. Yeah.
Well, it's just smoother,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. Is it a long weekend there for you guys as well in the States this weekend?
I'm curious. I'm wondering if I have to work tomorrow.
Is it a holiday for you guys or no?
It depends. If the stock market's open, then I got to go in.
I don't know about in America, but I know the banks are closed tomorrow. Here, anyway. But I don't know for sure.
I think they are here too.
Yeah.
I think they are here too. Where'd Mr. Smith go?
He's probably putting on a costume or a big joint rolling up in. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's smoking.
Yeah, he used to be Cheech's bodyguard, Cheech and Chong.
Yeah. I hear that.
Cheech and Chong and Joe Biden.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind.
God.
I don't think I could hang out with Cheech and Chong, but I wouldn't mind attempting it.
I imagine the laughs, like holy.
I would probably aggravate them because I'd be talking about like old skits.
They probably do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they probably do. Yeah, this one's what the hell does it say? Pineapple Phoenix. It's like 86% THC or something.
86, nice. You know what I don't get? It's legal here, it's legal there, but we can't cross the border with it or it's a felony. Like what? I don't understand.
because it's, you buy it here. You
Right.
smoke
Well,
it
yeah, I
here.
know, but I mean, like, that doesn't even make sense to me. Like, if you're gonna make it legal,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I could fly with it to BC, but I can't take it across the border. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
Technically, marijuana is not legal in the United States under federal law. It's just states have adopted their own.
They kind of decriminalized it, sort of, right? Like, where you won't get charged with it, but they'll take it away or destroy it or whatever. Right?
They usually.
Good one. Got a cough to get off, Mr. Smith.
Now, technically, it's not legal in the United States anywhere. It's just certain states have decided to do their own thing, but under federal law, it's still not legal. It's classified as, I forget, whatever schedule narcotic.
A misdemeanor, whatever.
Yeah, they'll say under a certain amount you get charged with like a civil offense or
Right.
or something like that. But yeah, but technically in the states it's still not legal under federal law. But
Right.
That's all. That's all. But I don't do that shit anymore. I don't give a fuck.
You should. It's good for you.
Yep.
I've never smoked it. I never smoked it.
Really?
I probably never will.
I would have to hold his hand the whole time.
Probably.
Be
Probably.
like, relax. You're fine.
I don't know if Chris saw it. I don't know if you saw it, Kim, either, but there's a video on my channel where we went out on live network TV to a marijuana, like a pot growing place.
Uh-huh.
And we tore it up.
You tore it up.
Best.
Oh, yeah.
You
It's
bastard.
on my channel. It's on my channel. Yeah, it was a live, it was NBC or ABC, I forget. Yeah, we went out and did that. That's back when I was a Dick Tracy.
Right. Yep.
But yeah, there's a live video from a live news feed where we went out into one of these. We found it by a helicopter, but it was in an urban environment.
Right.
Which is weird. But well, where I worked was a fucked up place to begin with. But
yeah,
there was like a forest in the middle of like a dense urban area, and some kid decided he was going to create his own pot farm, and he did successfully. And we found it because of helicopters and stuff.
Yeah.
And, it was a task force I worked on, and and yeah, we went in and as the guy says, we went in and tore it up. And that's what we did. Each plant, there were over 100.
Yeah.
I think it was $1,500 per plant at the time, like street value.
Yeah, they always calculate the price wrong.
Yeah.
You need to tell the people, listen to me. You need to tell them when they're putting prices on TV, they better be right.
It always fluctuates. It always fluctuates.
Because what the cops do here is they do like straight up value all the way across the board. So like, a $200 bus is now like $24,000 street value. Like, no, it isn't, assholes. Like, nobody would pay that, and you know it, but you're just making it sound worse, like. So I didn't mean you, but that was funny.
I'm fine. Carol said, yeah, medical pot is allowed. And that's the thing. There's a lot of dispensaries that are allowed under certain state or in certain states under state laws and things. And that's fine. I don't give a shit. As long as my biggest problem has always been man-altered marijuana. So basically like chemicals.
So the good stuff you don't like, the chronic.
Yeah, it's no longer natural.
Well, that's an interesting perspective, but like,
he's
in
talking
my
about
opinion,
like the laced. He's talking about like the
I know.
laced weed.
Yeah, but people don't give that stuff away for free, at least not in Canada. Are you kidding me? Like, there's a market for that altogether here. I don't know about there, but.
No, the dispensaries are highly regulated in the state that allow them, but I'm just saying, like, in general, I don't care if it's street or a dispensary or something like that. My biggest problem has been, and this was when I was on the job, was chemically altered, like man altered.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Marijuana. That's my only issue with it, because they add shit to it that fuck people up. That like they add chemicals that are deadly sometimes. Sometimes.
Well, but what about cigarettes?
No, I agree, but I'm just talking about marijuana. But yeah, you're right about cigarettes.
Yeah.
But my thing,
At least one you're getting a buzz from, and the other one is just straight up killing you. You know what I mean? Like, I smoke cigarettes and tobacco, so it doesn't matter to me either way because I'm going down. But it's just,
yeah,
I hear what you're saying. I respect other views on it, and it's all right.
I don't care if people smoke weed. I don't care. My
Yeah.
biggest concern is just go the natural route, like the normal THC should, like THC is the component of marijuana that gets that makes the effect. But why they use chemicals?
This is so natural.
Thanks, Chris.
It's clear. Look,
Thanks, Chris.
it's clear. That's how natural it is.
But when it's an asshole. But when it's chemically altered, from my personal, I'm not going to say professional, but from my personal perspective, I think that's dangerous. But as long as it's natural, you can fucking grow marijuana all day and night that you want and smoke it and blah, blah, blah. And that's fine. The Native Americans smoke peyote. That's natural.
And the Arabs smoked hashish.
Same kind, right? It's the same kind of concept. Well, hashish is a concentrate, but it's still natural. It's still natural.
The Arabs smoked hashish. They did smoke
They had the best stuff, actually.
Yeah, but oh Jesus!
Sorry to tell you, but they did.
But it's natural. But it's naturally made. It's not man altered. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, you're preaching to the choir.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever licked a frog?
Not on purpose, and that one incident I'm not going to discuss on here.
What is the video with the owl? I'm so scared of owls. You know that, right? Or no?
So
the screeching owl.
Yeah, it's squawky. Oh my god.
I don't think Kim. I think I told Chris this story. Kim, I don't think you know, but I was actually thrown off a bridge by an owl once. True story.
I'm legitimately afraid of owls. Like now you're even making it more valid.
No, true story.
I have an albino owl. Hold on.
What?
Yeah.
Keep your pants on, Chris.
Okay, so tell me how you were thrown by an owl off a bridge. Did he pick you up, or what happened?
No.
Oh my god!
Fuck you actually do.
Yeah.
That's like a snow owl, but it's stuffed. Is that
They freak me out.
Oh,
my god.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you have that. I'm afraid.
This kid, maybe. I hope. I don't know.
My mother gave it to me.
Okay.
Well, for my daughter Layla, she likes it.
Okay. I get that. I get that. That's cool.
So how were you thrown off a bridge by an owl?
Yeah.
When I was a cop in Delaware.
He doesn't have very good balance.
Well, not that night for sure. So the video I made was a screech owl, and I don't know if you know, but they're tiny.
Okay.
They're tiny. They stand like tall, but they have a wingspan of like 12 feet, I say.
Wow.
But I was working one night. One of my buddies from the fire department, I was a cop and a firefighter at the time, shows up at the police station. He's like, I'm turning myself in. I'm like, for what? He's like, I fucking ran over someone's mailbox back on some country road. I'm like, fuck. All right. So there was me and one other cop working, and we get into our cars. I take my buddy, and we're driving, and he's like, he's going to show us where this is at. But again, this is a coastal area. So you got the Atlantic Ocean, you got bays, you got canals, all this stuff.
You got other animals.
All
Yeah.
kinds of animals. So we're driving over this one bridge over the canal, and then this big thing comes flying out and boom, hits my windshield on the police car.
Oh my God.
And then rolls out into the road. And I stop, and there's another police car behind me. And stop, and I open up the door, and there's just little, I call them hootie owls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hootie owls. It's like this tall. It's just standing there
Oh my
in
God.
the middle of the road after it bounced off my windshield.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's an owl. And I grab my gloves, and of course, my drunk friend sitting in the front passenger side of the police car. You got the other cop, behind me, and they're like, "What the fuck are you?" And I put on my gloves. I'm like, "Let me save you, little owl." And remember, we're on top of a bridge.
Yeah.
And I reach down with my gloves on. I pick up the little hootie owl, the screech owl, and I'm like, "You're okay. I'm gonna save you."
Oh, yeah.
Blah blah blah. And I start walking towards the edge of the bridge, right? And there's like the concrete barriers, and you have the steel, the guardrails and things. So it was like towards the guardrail end of it, but still the embankment just went straight down. So I'm like, "I got you. I'm going to take you off the road." And then it was,
Oh my God.
and then I felt it. It just latched onto my finger like the
Oh
talons.
God. Yeah.
Latched on as I'm stepping over the guardrail to put it
I think
back.
I'll fly off with you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened. It tried to.
Oh my
And
God.
I felt it latch on, and then the 12-foot wingspan came out from like this 6-inch tall owl, and it started flapping its wings, and it threw me off balance. Right. So the last thing I remember is that part, and then the other asshole cop going, and the owl let go of my glove. I let go of my finger in my glove, flew off, and I fell all the fucking way down the hill to the bank of the canal.
Oh,
And all I hear is like laughter and shit. But meanwhile, I'm like hitting like rocks.
broken and yeah.
Fucking yeah, but yeah. So I actually got thrown off a bridge by a fucking owl.
Wow. See, I have a valid fear then. One night we were coming home from the beach, and they just freaked me out. I don't know about their heads spinning and just their creepy fucking little things with the eyes and everything else. So we're driving home, and I thought it was like a paper bag in the middle of the fucking road. At the last second, I was going like 100 down this road, and at the last second, I realized it's a fucking owl staring at me, like staring me down, like not even moving. This trippy little thing looked like Elf, and I had to swerve to miss it. It was without a beat, and I was just like, "Holy shit!" Like I couldn't believe it, and I was like, "Wow!" Like, yeah, freaky little things, very freaky little things.
And then where I live now in the mountains, we got those little screech owls that tried to kill me, which is what that's about. But we also have the barred owls. Those things are giant.
Big. Yes, this was very big.
They're fucking huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane. You couldn't have even told me a worse story. Like, oh my God. Holy shit.
We could use some owls in this neighborhood.
What
Full
are
of
they
river
good
rats.
for? What are they good
Probably
for?
eat rats.
Pest control. They're great.
Yeah, they probably eat rats.
They should.
But they're nocturnal, so it's kind of like.
So am I.
Dude, we got like river rats in our area. It's like they're all over the place.
Well, they have boats.
They got freaking boats and paddles.
So do the bears on the island.
We got skunk. We got
God.
moles, and rats.
Moles?
Yeah, moles and skunks and rats.
Moles
I haven't seen anything else out here. Sometimes a deer.
Yeah, moles aren't bad. Moles aren't bad.
No, they're not bad, but the skunks and the rats, I'm disgusted by them.
No,
I never lived in an area with like rats.
Yeah,
Carol,
I've never had rats. I've heard of them, but thank God.
Carol, I love snakes, and I've been feeding a chipmunk all summer. So, rodents, snakes. I love snakes, but rodents. Well,
Why would you feed it chipmunks? They're so cute.
his name's Chippy.
Why don't you give him a rabbit?
A rabbit? Why would
Yeah,
you
that's
do
what my buddy used to feed his snake.
No. I'm talking about a chipmunk, not a snake. That's
I know you're feeding the chipmunks to the snakes. You said.
No. I'm feeding a chip.
Oh.
I love snakes, but I'm feeding a chip. We've been feeding a chipmunk this summer. His name is Chippy, apparently. And
those are hard to catch. They're fast.
Yeah.
Well, we're not trying to catch the chipmunk. We're just.
I knew a kid that could catch them. I was amazed.
Wow.
This kid could climb up a tree in seconds. Yeah, I used to call him the Frenchman. He was a hot shit. He would fly up a tree. Yeah, when we worked at the cemetery in the morning, we were bored, right? To have a coffee break, and then we'd go out and walk the friggin' paths and chase squirrels and chipmunks. This son of a gun would catch the chipmunk and bring him to the plot that I'm working on in a box. And I'm like, how the hell did you catch that thing? And he showed me. He freaking goes up a tree in seconds.
Wow.
You
Yeah.
work with a monkey?
Yeah, the kid was a hot shit.
Shit, chipmunks are fast as hell. Plus they can bite.
I know. Too. I was impressed. When that kid pulled up with a freaking chipmunk in the back of the dump truck in a box, I was like, I knew he was nutty enough to hang out with me.
I gotta meet that guy and bring him to the mountains.
Richard, he's a good kid. He's a good kid. Nicky knows.
Camper about the property catching chipmunks.
Yeah.
Oh, Carol, I handle rattlesnakes, so you can decide.
Oh my God, we have them here in Northern Ontario, but
he's crazy. I could never handle a snake.
Yeah, not one that's gonna kill you. Like holy.
I might eat it. I'm not gonna freaking
kill you if they bite you.
Nah,
yeah, well, I've heard your luck, Mr. Smith, so I would be worried about the bite. Like, you know.
Thank you for both of your support.
Forget it.
I've heard your stories, like how do you not? You're a watching safety video, sir.
He needs to carry the antidote.
Yeah.
An owl kicked my ass many years ago, but a rattlesnake has not yet.
I just don't think it's safe. Like if you go ATV riding or anything, I wouldn't even stop.
No,
I couldn't be out.
Well, not in bear country either. He lives in bear country too. Like holy.
Oh my God! They'll jump on your back.
Yeah.
They'll steal your 4-wheeler.
Yeah.
I do. Well, the last time I encountered a bear up here was and this is fuck it. I was pissing off the back deck. It was like midnight, 1 a.m. And I'm like,
shame on you.
Oh, shut up! I don't want to hear that. You. But unshaven hypocrite. But it was like midnight, 1 a.m. out taking a piss, and my neighbor's got a ranch and stuff out back, and he's got the big, the paddock fencing and stuff, and this was before we had our fencing put up, and I'm out there pissing. I heard the roof, roof, and I know the sound.
Oh no, yeah, I know it already.
Sounds like a big cat.
And
no, it does not in real life.
And I'm like, so
like a lion.
I came into my office, I grabbed a flashlight, and there's a big ass black bear walking down the side of the fence, or like right towards me.
Oh,
fuck that.
So
yeah,
and this is at night.
You see Trock take right off.
Yeah.
I would be running so fast you wouldn't even see dust.
Dude. I shined the flashlight to see what it was because I'm like, I don't think the cattle are out.
Listen, I hear something with that much bass and that much breathing. It breathes more than me. I'm out of there.
Yeah.
Screw that. I'll learn how to climb trees.
You know what I did?
Well, they can climb trees.
They can.
You know how dumb I was? I was so scared I was, I should say.
What?
I ran back as soon as I shined the flashlight on the bear. Which was probably...
You need like a 357 or something. No, holy shit.
25 yards from me, it's walking towards... And I'm like, I ran inside and locked the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better believe it.
That's gonna keep the fucking barrel. But no, I would do the same. But I mean, hey,
Hey,
did he chase you or no?
no, it left. It was just minding its own business.
See, brown bears are more aggressive. You know that.
Oh,
That's
grizzly.
kind of funny because I had an aunt, my old aunt. She was a great aunt, and you know, so she was older. She was like my grandmother's age, and she lived on like a farm, and she probably would have shot at the damn thing with rock salt.
Oh shit! Yep.
You know, now that I think of it, try and scare it away and shoot in the air. Yeah, those older
Crazy.
women were built tough, man,
Yeah.
and they didn't
Got no
waste
choice.
either.
Got
Yeah,
no choice but to be. Life makes you that way.
Mhm.
Carol, yeah, you have copperheads on your property. I actually go to snake dens, and I don't know if you know that.
Oh my God!
Multiple
I would burn them. I would get gasoline and burn them.
multiple species of snakes den together during the winter time. So you have rattlesnakes, copperheads,
Lovely,
black
lovely.
rays, black rat snakes, whatever. They all den
Just like the
together.
bees, you got to get them when they're sleeping.
Hmm?
What are you, an alien?
Well, I know that you definitely do not want to sneak up on a bear. That's for damn sure. You want to make your presence
Hell no.
known.
I don't want to be anywhere near a bear.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Oh
Kim.
my God!
I made a stupid move. It was a sow with her yearlings in my backyard. So it was like a.
Oh,
It's
God.
kind of funny because I always liked Winnie the Pooh, but you know, when you talk
Yeah.
about a real bear, oh, there's a skunk right across the street. Oh, he
Mm.
ran.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Throw some
scare
weed at it?
No, he's over there
Pull
at the
some
other
weed in its
car.
face.
No,
So
I just
I
don't
made-
want him to come across the street.
But I made the mistake, Kim, of approaching a sow and her yearlings,
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not a good idea.
taking photos and all this shit, and then they went off into the woods behind the house, and I'm being dumb. I drug the video camera out, and I'm fucking trying to film and get photos and stuff. That fucking gigantic bear turned around, stood up, completely tall, stood up on her hind legs. I have, like the shark story, which is true. Also, I never swam so fast, but I also never ran so fast
Yep.
like, to get back in the house. Mama bear was not happy.
No,
Yeah,
they're
I'm
very
heading-
protective
I'm-
of their cubs. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
that was my fault. That was my fault. Yeah. Carol, yes, they do bed under rocks, usually in a cavernous area. So it could be underneath a tree, rock, something. As long as a cavernous area, that's where the snakes go to.
I'm watching that skunk.
hibernate.
You guys are funny. I'm like I'm gonna finish this cigarette and then run in the house.
What is it with skunks in Rhode Island? I don't understand.
Dude, I live by a river, so
They
it's
like
like
garbage. They like
you got
critters.
river rats, skunks,
Yeah.
beavers,
We have beavers here
Fucking-
too. That's funny. I didn't think
yeah,
you did.
moles. Well, I'm sure there's probably not around here, but I mean, I'm sure they're out there.
Yeah.
Did you say beavers?
But
Yeah.
dude,
Oh,
yeah, it's that type of environment. It's like
Any place with
If-
water, there's
if it was hot enough, we'd have alligators, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those things freak
But-
me out. Those things.
Oh, fucking
Alligators, I could never live in Florida because of them. Like, no way.
Exactly.
alligator.
Why bother? I would go there for vacation. There's another skunk. There's
Yeah,
two.
but like very like city. Well, actually, you're not even safe in the city either. I've seen them in people's swimming pools. For God's sake, down there.
Oh,
Like,
Fuck that shit. Fucking alligator.
yeah.
No.
I'm about 10 minutes from the city.
Oh my
But,
God.
Oh, good. I scared that skunk. There's two.
Why are you trying to scare skunk? You're gonna get sprayed, dude.
Oh, that's the mother. It's the all white. Look. Holy shit.
You're gonna get sprayed, and I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
I won't get sprayed.
Just
I
like, just, like
I got my eye on them.
just like I sent my I trapped a skunk by accident one night. I sent my well, she's my ex-wife over to cover the cage with a tarp to release it, and she dropped the tarp and got sprayed. It was hysterical.
I miss living in my hometown. It was like mostly lakes and woods.
We had a mama bear breaking into my neighbor's garage, and the mother sent one of her cubs over to my front porch. So cubs are very curious, for sure. But stay the hell, like, don't go near a cub if, don't go near a cub in the wild, because that means mama's around and mama ain't going to play.
She ain't that far away.
She's going to, exactly. If there's a cub, mama ain't far away, and mama will
attack
you up. Yep. For sure.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever mess with bears or lions.
Dude, I've had 2 encounters with wild mountain lions, where they call them pumas, but mountain lions. Yeah, you don't mess with them either. They'll stalk the shit out of you.
Oh yeah, they're predators for sure, man.
Yeah, fuck that shit. But the last one, which was in South Central PA, Pennsylvania DNR says they don't exist. I'm like, you're fucking retarded. Like I and there were 2 other witnesses, and I'm like, And it was actually Chris. It was you know the story. It was actually my wife Jan. She's like, look at the deer, and I'm like, huh? I'm off the logging road looking for snakes, and she's like, hey, look at the deer. I'm like, there's fucking deer over here, all over the place.
Yeah.
And she's like, look at the deer. And I come out, I'm like, that's not a fucking deer. And I grab my gun and I'm pointing, I'm like, mountain lion. She's like, huh?
Whoa.
Like, fucking mountain lion. And it was a fucking mountain lion. They have a very long range, so they can travel, hundreds of miles. It just so happened to be where we were.
Oh my God.
In July of 2017 at the same time. And then it started walking. Like, I drew my gun, she had hers, and we got a kid in between us, and I'm walking backwards and she walking. And I'm like, and this was stupid of me. I'm like, get your phone out, get a video. And she's like, fuck you, I got my gun in my hand. I'm like, all right, fine. So anyway, the thing finally, it's walking towards us and then jumps into the woods. I'm like, oh, we're fucked. Now it's going to stalk us. Now it's going to, and then we had like a half mile to go to the truck. I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I walk backwards a half mile, going like this with my gun to the logging road, the wood line, back and forth, while she's walking forward. And we have our, her son, my stepson, sandwiched in between, who's autistic. And meanwhile, we got this fucking mountain lion, stalking us. I'm like, holy fuck. But yeah, a half mile, I walked backwards for a half mile with a mountain lion fucking stalking me in the woods. Yep. Yeah. But they don't exist in Pennsylvania, so that pay no mind to that.
According to who?
Pennsylvania DNR.
What's DNR?
Department of Natural Resources.
Yeah, usually they're fairly intelligent, at least here in Canada, but maybe not. Not here.
And I'm not the first person to see one and report it, but they're like, nah, you're wrong. I'm like,
yeah, I know. Okay, you're right. I didn't see what I seen. You're right. No problem.
I'm like, motherfuckers. I'm like, I know what I saw. It's my second encounter in a while. Like, I know what I saw. Like, deer don't have like really long tails. Like, white-tailed deer have like a little short.
Yeah, especially guys, like whenever I was with Andrew and we'd be in the wild, he would know, like, just like you, like what type of animal, like white-tailed deer, very specific to the breed. Like, they know, you know what I mean? So I believe you.
Yeah, plus for like within 30 yards of it, I can see a giant cat, and I know what that looks like versus a deer or a dog.
And there's a sizable difference in size, right? Like with a deer and a lion. Like,
oh, absolutely. The color of the fur, the ears, the tail was swishing. Like, I'm like, and when my wife, when Jan said,
"Oh, good night, Chris.
Look at the deer," I'm like, "Oh,
yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to head out. I'm sorry."
That's okay. It is late.
I forgot I had to work in the morning.
Carol said you didn't have to.
It's a holiday.
Well, I might. I might have to, but I don't know. I
All right.
gotta log in the morning and find out.
Oh, you got to.
All
Oh,
right.
you're doing the telework.
I'll be working remotely anyways, so it's no big deal. But
Oh, well, that's all right. So work from your bed.
yeah,
Work from it.
you could do that, but I can't. I gotta. I think I got my daughter coming over tomorrow, so
Oh,
I'll be
that's
running
good.
around.
That's
I'll be
good.
busy,
All right. Well, that's good.
Mr. Mom.
You got quite a few people on here watching. There's 6 watching now. That's cool.
Well, have a good night, Chris. I hope you have a good visit with your
Yes.
daughter
Okay.
tomorrow.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too,
It
man.
was a pleasure. So
Yeah.
you know,
Good time.
Absolutely.
I think if it was a day or two ago, I would have stayed on the whole night. But tonight I got to go.
No worries.
Get a couple hours sleep.
No worries. Yep.
All right. Later.
All right.
Guys.
Have a good
Have a
night.
good one, Chris.
So yeah, what were you saying about
He's a funny dude.
He is. He's very chill. I like it.
Carol brought up a good point. They tried to say they're bobcats, not mountain lions. And yes, Carol, you are correct because we do have bobcats up here. However, bobcats, as you know, I'm sure,
Are more aggressive, aren't they?
well, they're smaller than mountain lions, but they also have shorter. Bobcats have like a little short tail, whereas a mountain lion has basically like a house cat tail, like a full tail
Right.
kind of thing.
They freak me out big time. Like anything that big like that and solid muscle, like and fast, like no, I'm out.
Oh yeah, and that thing didn't. That big cat did not acknowledge us at first. I knew it sensed us. I knew it smelled us, that type of thing, but it did not make visual contact until my wife was like, "Look at the deer." And then I came out off the side of the logging road and looked at it, and then it stopped and it looked up because it was just, tracking, walking, because they usually keep their heads low unless they're specifically,
Right.
hunting,
stalking.
Yeah, pretty much. And and it looked up and it stopped, and the tail went swished, and I'm like, mountain lion.
Yeah, I ain't sticking around long enough to check out what kind of tail it's got. I'm getting the fuck out of there.
Came out and and she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Mountain lion," and then it went. That's where it all started. She thought it was a deer from a distance.
Yeah.
I'm like, but yeah, but they exist and they have such a wide range, hundreds of miles. So it could have just been one passing through, not one necessarily living in the mountains where we are. It could have been they found one dead on the interstate in Connecticut, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, but they exist and they're out there. That was a little stressful.
Well, and a lot like Calgary's the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, right? Where I lived out west. And it's like the more you extend the boundaries of urban living, you are disrupting their zone, their area, and they're moving in, towards the inner cities, and because they're looking for food.
They don't have a choice because you take the natural terrain. They don't have a choice.
Yeah. And there's a lot of national parks out west, and these dumbass tourists that come out and think, oh, these animals are so cute, I'm going to feed them. Well, guess what? You killed them now. First of all, it's a wild animal, and now, a fed bear is a dead bear. And I've seen them get shot in Banff because they're too close to people. They get too comfortable with people, and then unfortunately they got to go because now they're a threat, right? When it's their territory.
Yeah. Once you start feeding them, you're degrading their natural instincts to find food in the wild, and then they become dependent on humans. So then they start coming around, looking for stuff, and then people are like, "Oh my god!" And then then they get killed. or
It's a
cat.
major fine in a national park, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like,
Yeah.
if you cannot, like,
Yeah,
absolutely cannot.
that's crazy.
So, and a lot of people don't know that, right? Like, they just, oh, I'm here, like, it's so beautiful, and I'm just gonna feed these wild animals, and they don't realize what they're doing, and it's like, oh my God,
It's like the morons that go to like Yellowstone National Park here in the States, and
Yep.
they try to like fuck with the bison and
Yep.
the
The
bear.
elk and everything. Yep.
Yeah, and then they get attacked, and they're like, "What did I do?" And like,
Yeah. I was just feeding it.
Yeah, those are great videos, though.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. As long as I'm not seeing it firsthand and up close, then all the power to you, But
It's funny watching. It's funny
It is
watching
funny.
stupid people do stupid things and then pay for it.
Well, yeah, and you don't realize, like, if it's your first encounter with these animals and you're from a different part of the world where maybe they don't have them and you're, awed by these things. And it's like, well, you might find out the hard way
Right.
that you are dealing with wildlife. There's a reason why we call it
Right.
wild,
Yeah,
like,
no, absolutely. I agree with that. It's like you get and I'm just talking about the States, you get like the Americans that go to like Yellowstone, there's like clearly signs posted like don't fuck with the buffalo or the bison or bear or anything else, or what do they call them, like the hot springs and anything like that. But then clearly told, but yet they do, and then they fucking video it.
Yeah.
I love that stuff. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Those are the oxygen thieves of the world.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. Luckily, every encounter that I've had with extremely massive wildlife has always been behind a vehicle, you know what I mean? So I've had that barrier, but I've even seen bears like, get on vehicles and, like destroy it. And, so I don't know. It makes you not want to camp anymore. That's for sure. Like,
Well, exactly. But luckily you had an internet block from Chris Trock because he's a wild animal. So you had a block of internet space. So that's good.
Yeah. Well, and ironically, that's when you don't have internet, is when you're out in the wild like that. And, my Andrew used to do like mountain climbing and stuff, and I used to always get after him and be like, I'm gonna get you one of those emergency like
the satellite beacon.
Yeah, like the satellite phone, basically, where it's just for emergencies, like, because a lot of people go mountain climbing and then end up having to get rescued by helicopter. Right? Because they either get caught in a crevice or just don't realize the conditions or get in trouble, injury, whatever, right? Like lost, whatever. And, then they'll go in and a lot of people are rescued by helicopters. So, that there's a major fee with that, right? But like, it could happen to anybody. And people don't realize, like, I mean, the Rocky Mountains, they're pretty fucking big. They're unforgiving, and the weather can change instantly. Like, I never used to drive those roads in the winter. I used to say it was a death mission, because like we would be coming back from the island, in summer, like it would be like 30 degrees outside, 100 degrees. And then all of a sudden we'd hit a snow squall and it's like, you're dead, like you're flying down the road and you hit like turbulent weather that you weren't expecting. And it's just like, oh my God. But people don't realize the elevation creates different weather systems. Like,
absolutely. And I understand that because I live
because you live near a mountain, so you get all of that. But a lot of people don't, right?
It could snow like 3 inches, maybe 6 inches at the base of the mountain, and we'll get like a foot or more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they don't dress like, I had some people from Ontario come visit me when I was out there, and I was like, dude, you can't go out to the mountains in like sneakers with a fucking hole in the shoe. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to like, the mountains, like we're gonna have snow when we're like wearing shorts in the city, like, so it was always a learning experience for everybody else, right?
You gotta be prepared.
Yeah, for anything, literally.
Yeah, you have to know the environment that you're going to be in and prepare for it. Like I always carry, I always carry a pack, and I call it a get-home bag. A lot of people call it a bug-out
survival bag or whatever. Yeah,
right. But I carry it every time I go hiking. It's just sitting in my truck.
Yeah,
it's there 24/7, 365, and it provides, you know, some of the materials and items that I need, like we were talking about, like the environment can change like that.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And a lot of people don't understand that.
No, they don't.
Yeah. And especially in the mountains. And
Yeah.
so that's 24/7, 365.
Yeah, 100%.
But I also haul it when I go hiking because same thing. You
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah.
They could turn into a nightmare.
Yeah.
But at least I'll have something, you know, that some of the tools that I need to survive, including food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including
I used
food.
to watch a lot of those like Alaska shows, right? Where they'd be like, you know, out in the wilderness, living off the grid. And, you know, like I used to always find them so entertaining. But like it actually teaches you a lot too. You know what I mean? If you had to survive in that type of environment, like,
Yeah.
you know I could, but there's some people that, you know, they're city living, right? So they don't understand, you know, to like get acclimated with their surroundings and how things change. And, you know, like, do you guys, I don't know if you get Chinooks. I think Calgary, and I can't remember what the other side, maybe Colorado. Like we used to get Chinooks off the ocean, like from the Pacific Ocean. The warm breeze would come in and it would be like -30 out, and the next day it'd be +15. Like we would get pressure headaches, and it was crazy. Like we'd be walking around the next day in t-shirts. Like people would be like, "You're nuts." But when you're used to -40 winters, you know, when it's +10 out, you're wearing a t-shirt. Like,
Yeah, I up here it's so even now. So like it's beginning of
Carol.
September. Beginning of September, it's like, I don't know, it's probably almost like 75, 80 degrees out.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the hill, it's going to be hotter than that
Oh yeah.
because there's a constant breeze up here. Plus, there's another mountain range across the way. But yeah, it different. Like people that don't. So like I said, I lived on the coast, on the Atlantic Ocean for a long time. I lived in a city for a long time. I've lived in mountains for a long time now. Like all the different variables. I know there's like living in a city. It's just like chaos because you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
Living on the ocean, on the coast, you get to know like the hurricanes and nor'easters. And
extreme weather. Yeah.
You start to learn.
Yeah, the signs when the sky looks weird and
just like the mountains, it's the same principle.
Yeah.
The coasts and the mountains are kind of the same principle. You're living in a downtown city or something.
Yeah.
You know, jack shit about, you know, like if you've never lived outside of that, you don't know.
Well, and it was a learning experience for me too, because I went from, you know, city living. I lived in Calgary, so I was still very urban, very populated, but I'd spent a lot of time in the mountains. And in the beginning, I didn't spend that kind of time in the mountains before. And it took me like, you know, that's why I noticed all these things, because I had to learn it myself, right? It's like, it's very, very different.
And we learn it through experiencing it, because then you're like, what the fuck was that? And then you learn from people that are local, that have grown up there their whole lives or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck just happened?
I know.
Like,
I know.
You know,
we'd have like hurricane shelters, tornado shelters, flood shelters. Like we even had a flood in Calgary. Like, I mean, all kinds of shit that you just wouldn't expect to happen in a very large city, you know. But it was just one of those things where it expanded so much over time. It was a city that was intended to like house 100,000 people and grew over to like 1.5 million. You know what I mean? So it just boomed, and it was like, you know, a lot of people from different provinces went there because, you know, the oil and gas sector was really big at one time and booming and thriving. So, you know, a lot of people fled there for a better opportunity. And, you know, so a lot of this stuff became new to them. And it's interesting, you know, like, I mean, again, I would never have known it if I didn't live it myself, you know?
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like once we experience, you or I experience something new, then we learn it. Right? And then if we embed ourselves into that new environment, area, whatever, for a prolonged period of time, then we start learning even more. But I mean, that's life, and that's terrain, and that's geography and everything else. But and the weather.
Very severe weather conditions, extreme.
I'm gonna go smoke.
All right. Well, I'm gonna look on Twitter and see if I can see any updates about these
Yes,
mass
please,
killers that
please
are on the
do.
loose.
These
I'll just stay here and talk to myself. Go ahead.
No, these fucking maniacs are going to get caught, but it depends on how they go out, is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now to see how they want to go down.
All right.
All right. Oh my God. And in response to this tragedy, I call on Justin Trudeau to ban all knives, even cheese and butter knives, and cap the market on those big toenail clippers that kind of look like jackknives. Oh my God, that's too funny. I shouldn't laugh about it, but like, this is the fucking dumbass world we live in. Holy. Wow. I'm just looking to see if there has been any updates on the situation. What's this? 5 minutes ago. Let's see.
15 injured in a series of stabbing attacks at multiple locations in Saskatchewan. The attacks happened on James Smith Cree Nation and in the community of Weldon. Police are investigating 13 separate crime scenes in relation to the attacks. They say the two suspects, Damien and Myles Sanderson, are still at large and currently on the run. The RCMP says the two may be in a black Nissan Rogue. They're warning members of the public not to approach the suspects and to shelter in place under a dangerous person alert. CTV News public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner Chris Lewis talks about what police will be looking for.
You start to learn more and more and see things that maybe people saw or heard and didn't really suspect that it was as big as it was. Maybe someone's having a bad day and they said this or they said that. You know, do you report that to the police or not? And there's always that kind of should I or shouldn't I among family and friends. But inevitably when the dust settles, all kinds of people come forward to say, now I know what he meant when he did this, or now I know what they meant when they did that. And so it starts to form a picture as to what was going on, what was the mindset of the people involved, and specifically in this case, what was the motive?
Yeah. The RCMP says the two suspects were spotted driving in the Regina area. A dangerous persons alert was extended to Alberta and Manitoba earlier in the day.
Crazy. I'm just looking to see what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. What is the Pat Stay incident? I don't even know what that is. Oh, different. Oh. Totally different side of the Canada. Okay, so 15 minutes ago, I don't know who this person is. On the Twitter news, Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson are currently believed to be in the Regina area, according to law enforcement. I would like to see proof of that, please. Because I don't believe they'd be sticking around to find out how they're going to go down. Well, they know how they're going down. Okay.
What's the update? I missed it.
Well, I'm just reading right now, and it's saying that the police believe, I don't know who wrote this. I'm going to check the police website in a second, but they said 15 minutes ago, someone on Twitter said that they believe that they're still to be in the Regina area. I don't believe that's true, in my opinion. I can't see them sticking around the area. And today would be a great day for them to have gone in disguise, because there was like 30,000 people at this game today, this football game. So there's a lot of people. It's a long weekend here in Canada. I personally don't believe they're in the area, but I don't know. Like, I don't know anything. It's just
It's a hunch, but
yeah, like if I was, a psycho and was going to do this today, I wouldn't be sticking around to watch it. You know what I mean? I'd be getting the fuck out of Dodge. But
yeah.
then again, I also don't think like a criminal, because I'm not. So
Yeah, and they've also killed how many people, and they don't.
well, 10 and 15 injured that they know of, and there could possibly be more.
Yeah. And for anyone that's watching, or anybody, that's comments and stuff, they could try to do it again. So keep that in mind.
Well, that's just it. That's why I think, they're saying that some were targeted, some were random. Like, it would be helpful to know why some people were targeted. I always ask why. That's how you get to the bottom of it. Just keep asking why. You know that.
Kim, it'll come out in the wash. Like once.
Yeah, I know.
Once it's done, but the media, well, again, law enforcement is not going to release 100% of the information because it's
no, I understand that. But when people's lives are at stake, you'd think.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I can tell you, I was a PIO in the States, a public information officer. So I was the media representative for a couple agencies over my time. And we try to limit information that could
Compromise the case,
cause problems for the prosecution once they're caught. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. But, I mean,
I get it.
There's no difference between Canada and the States in that regard. I get that, but I don't know. The like we talked about, it's going to go badly for them at the end, regardless, because they are going to get caught. Whether they're alive or dead is a different story.
Yeah,
they are going to be stopped at one.
Yeah.
It's the interim, the point in between, that matters for the for the general public. But I mean,
okay, let's see what the news was saying as of an hour ago.
Oh yeah, let me bring that up.
Oh, too. Fucking ad.
Let me see what they're saying here in the States.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they're saying down there. Probably more than they tell us here.
The main headline is
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a billionaire heiress that was abducted, but I'm going to go back to my findings.
I'm going to see what this is saying.
Sam police gave that update late this afternoon, and they spoke a bit about their search for those two suspects.
That's right, Vashi, and RCMP say they're doing everything they can to try and track down these two men. They do believe the suspects are still here in Regina, but as you mentioned, they're warning everyone from Alberta to Manitoba.
Our thoughts are with the many victims, deceased and injured, their family, friends, and communities. It is horrific what has occurred in our province today.
A shocking crime in several small communities. 10 dead, at least 15 injured, found in 13 separate locations. It started here, about 200 kilometers northeast of Saskatoon in James Smith Cree Nation around 6 this morning. RCMP say multiple people were stabbed here in James Smith and in the nearby community of Weldon. Police say these two suspects, 31-year-old Damien Sanderson and 30-year-old Myles Sanderson, targeted some of their victims. Others appeared to be attacked at random.
At 8:20, the dangerous persons alert was extended to the entire province of Saskatchewan.
Good looking.
This woman says she saw the emergency alert to stay home. Shortly after, a man knocked on her door, wanting to be taken to hospital, but she didn't feel right about it.
This guy come walking up here, and it looked like his coat over his face, and he said, I need somebody to take me to the hospital. My mouth has been hurt. He said, I've been stabbed and my mouth has been hurt. And I said, well, let's see. And he says, no, it's real bad. I can't show you. I said, what is your name? And he said, apparently said it, but I couldn't tell what his name was.
She did not let him in. At least 3 people were airlifted to a Saskatoon hospital, others taken in ambulances to closer hospitals. The Saskatchewan Health Authority says hospitals had to call in more staff to deal with the emergency. It's believed the 2 suspects fled in a black Nissan Rogue with a Saskatchewan license plate of 119 MPI.
Their location and direction of travel is unknown. This is why we need everyone in the province to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity by calling 911 immediately.
Their car was last seen in Regina just before noon local time.
And on that note, Sam, give us a sense of what's happening in Regina, where you are this evening.
Well, when we did get that notification that the suspects may be here in Regina, police warned everyone. They suggested stay at home, just shelter in place. But the problem with that is more than 30,000 people were here in Regina for the CFL Labor Day Classic matchup between the Rough Riders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So everybody who came to the game, thousands of people had to have their IDs confirmed at police check stops, and there were extra police at the stadium. Now, going back to James Smith Cree Nation, of course, they have declared a local state of emergency. They have 2 health centers there, Vashi, to help people physically and mentally start healing from this mass murder event.
Thanks very much, Sam. Sam Sampson for us in Regina. Now, I want to go back to that resident you saw in Sam's piece. She and her daughter had a brush with someone believed to be one of the suspects. CBC News spoke with them earlier today about what they saw.
Well, I woke up this morning to the alert at 7 o'clock. I heard the alert. It woke me up. So I got up and I had my coffee ready and I came out to sit here in the deck like I do every morning and enjoy my coffee. And this car went flying by.
Kind of got up and we were wondering, I come out here, we were wondering what was going on.
And then a couple minutes later, a gentleman walked around the side of the house and came to the front with something over his face.
And he said, I need somebody to take me to the hospital. My mouth has been hurt.
And I said, well, can I see what your face looks like? And he says, oh no, it's way too bad for that. So he kept it covered. And then I said, well, I'll have to go call somebody.
So she went into the house and he took off.
This is not a good guy because he's running away when we offered to help him. So I went in and called the police, and within about 10 minutes, the police were here and got our information, and that was it.
Doreen and Leona Lees in Weldon, Saskatchewan. Mother and daughter spoke with CBC News earlier today about their brief encounter with a possible suspect in today's stabbings. Let's bring in Ellen Morrow on that note, who has been digging into the story for us this evening. Ellen, what do we know about the 2 suspects?
Well, Vashi, the most important point we can make about the suspects right now is that police are imploring people, if you see them, stay away and call the authorities. The suspects' names are Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson. The RCMP say Damien Sanderson is 31 years old, 5 feet 7 inches tall, and 155 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Myles Sanderson, police say, is 30 years old, 6'1", and 240 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. RCMP say the 2 may have been traveling in the Arcola Avenue area of Regina. That's east of downtown Regina late this morning, according to a tip from the public. In the alerts throughout the day today, police said the men may have been driving a black Nissan Rogue, Saskatchewan license plate 119 MPI. But police said in their update just before 4 p.m. local time that they don't know if the men may have switched vehicles since this morning. And there is just so much we don't know at this point. What could lead to such horrific violence? There has been speculation as well about the relationship between the suspects, given they have the same last name. Police said this afternoon they're still trying to figure that out. They were also asked whether either of these suspects is known to police. And again, the RCMP wouldn't say anything further on that, though it does appear that Myles Sanderson may have been wanted by police since May, according to a post on Saskatchewan Crime Stoppers, which doesn't include information about alleged crimes at that point. Tonight, there is a dangerous persons alert for him and Damien Sanderson in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. Vashi.
Thanks, Ellen. Ellen Morrow here in Toronto. Thank you. For more on the ongoing manhunt Ellen referred to, we're joined by former RCMP Major Crimes Investigator Bruce Pitt-Payne. He's in Maple Ridge, BC. Hi, Bruce. Good to have you with us. Let's start off with what police are doing right now. What does this manhunt involve? Take us behind the scenes of what you would expect them to be doing at this moment.
Yeah, it's going to be, Vassy, the manhunt and just an immense investigation. The manhunt right now will involve roadblock setup, checkpoints. They will be looking on social media. They will be doing financial checks, anything and everything to find intelligence that could lead them to these two persons. And it's going to be a long, busy night for everybody involved. And I guarantee they're not sparing any person power for that. On top of that, they're processing the scenes as well. They have to have, which I'm sure they have at this point, but the reasonable grounds to even arrest them should they find them, which means they can't just look for them and process the scenes later. They have to happen in concert. 13 crime scenes, 10 autopsies, at least 15 witness interviews from the surviving injured persons. That's just the tip of the iceberg. They are going to be going nonstop and probably be getting help from outside RCMP divisions as well.
Bruce, what does 13 different crime scenes mean from your perspective? What does it tell us about the nature of this crime?
It very much like in Nova Scotia, it was moving, it was rapid, and each crime scene has to be processed separately. You can't just sort of send a bunch of RCMP members in to look at them. They have to worry about cross-contamination accidentally. Everything, regardless of how fast this is unfolding, has to be done perfectly. So it's a matter probably of manpower, person power. Sorry, I should use that expression. More so than expertise, and that's where I'm sure
people power
sharing with other divisions.
And just quickly,
fucking pronouns.
Let's talk about public safety for a second, because police, their instinct is that the suspects could still be in Regina, though the alert has been extended to other provinces. They spoke about that a little bit earlier. How worried should people near Regina, in Regina, be for their safety?
Pretty fucking worried.
Well, I still haven't heard an assessment of the credibility or reliability of the Regina sighting. They're going to, as I think the chief of police said for Regina, they're going to act on it as if it were 100% real, and that's absolutely fair enough. But they might not be in Regina. They might be somewhere else, and that's not to have people panic. But anybody within that area, including now the adjacent provinces of Manitoba and Alberta, should be vigilant. They should follow the advice on what I thought was a very well-worded alert, which is, just be prudent, be self-aware of where you're going. Don't let strangers into your house. Just be extra on guard until this has been dealt with.
Bruce, I'll leave it there. Thanks very much for your insights. That's
you're welcome.
Bruce Pitt-Payne, former RCMP Major Crimes Investigator, coming to us from Maple Ridge, BC. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau released a statement tonight on the attacks, saying he was, quote, shocked and devastated. And as Canadians, we mourn with everyone affected by this tragic violence and with the people of Saskatchewan. Those responsible for today's abhorrent attacks, the statement goes on to say, must be fully brought to justice. Let's bring in Sam McKeag, who's CBC News' anchor in Regina. Hi, Sam. Active manhunt we were just talking about with Bruce in that city. How are people dealing with it right now?
Vashi, I think there is a real appetite for information. I'd say there's a heightened intensity around the city and around the province. And that's because as we speak, more than 33,000 people are currently filing out of Mosaic Stadium in Regina as the Labor Day Classic has concluded between the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And before people went into that stadium earlier today, they received a public safety alert telling them about the dangerous persons potentially being in Regina and that they should shelter in place. Also, a number of those people who traveled down Saskatchewan highways to come to that football game were stopped on the highway at checkpoints and asked to prove who they were. Checkpoints on Labor Day weekend are not uncommon in Saskatchewan. They help stop impaired drivers, but asking who you are to prove your identity, that is different.
And police are saying, be alert, exercise vigilance. We heard Bruce echo that. Have the police given any indication of what exactly people should be watching for?
There are a lot of rumors swirling right now, particularly on social media, but police are saying this is a case of if you see something, say something and call 911. Regina Police Chief Evan Bray says someone knows where these two suspects are and they need to speak up. And also they have a lot of help from other provincial agencies and from Manitoba and Alberta as well. And at this point, police told us that Alberta and Manitoba police have not given them any indication that the suspects have entered into other provinces. And so they are still treating it like those suspects are in Regina. But at this point, police are doing everything they can in the city and otherwise to do what they can to find Sanderson and Sanderson.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Sam McKeag for us in Regina.
That's scary because, if they're still in the area, what are they waiting for?
I will make a comment. I'm saying hi to Pain Like Bane real quick.
Hi, Pain Like Bane.
And I'm gonna make a comment. So
Okay.
there's a high profile event going on
Yes.
right now, right?
Yeah.
What's to say that they didn't do what they did, then they're going to try to make a higher profile attack on a large crowd.
Well, that's just it.
So that's
why I say it's almost more alarming if they are still there, because that's what I would think that would be the next logical.
I agree.
Potential incident. I hope it is not, but
Yeah,
that's my fear,
But I agree. These other things could have been done with God, I hate to use, I'm not going to use purpose, but like I said before, they have like a motive.
Yeah.
Whether they created it or it goes upon an ideology that they believe in that's already established.
Yeah.
But if there's that many people in one location that's nearby,
yep,
that would be a huge, for me, if I was still on the job, I would target that huge venue where all these people are to look for them and to provide extra resources for security purposes and evaluation purposes. But I'm wondering if maybe, again, going back to the Boston Bombers, the marathon,
right?
It's the same kind of principle. Like they have this belief, this thing, whatever crazy thing that they think is a cause or a purpose.
Yeah.
And they're looking for mass crowds to cause more damage.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, I don't know what time is it there? It's 2:25 a.m.
Yeah, same as here. And I'm in Eastern time zone, but the provinces we're talking about, Manitoba is 1 hour behind, so I think they might be Central. And then Alberta is another time zone, they're Mountain, so they'd be 2 hours behind.
So are those crowds still potentially there?
Yeah, well, that was a BC news station an hour ago with the time difference. Yeah, it would have been a few hours ago they would have been released from the stadium.
So hopefully they're not. So they should be gone then.
Yeah, I would hope.
Okay. All right. But
I would hope.
That would just be a potential target.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, it's I remember when the Nova Scotia massacre happened, like the whole nation was just glued to every piece of information we could get, but they found them quickly. But again, that was a totally different province, totally different scenario altogether. But you know, that's the only thing of this magnitude that I can remember happening within recent times. You know, and it's kind of scary that, well, I mean, you know, if it had to happen, maybe the fact that it's a knife, you know, that they're using or have used so far as, you know, maybe that's a saving grace, like, you know, because two killers on the loose with a gun in a stadium would do a lot more damage than a knife, right?
Key words you just said, so far. So
yeah,
knife, but who's to say that they don't have guns?
Well, that's just it. I mean, if these are desolate prairie towns, the chances of firearms being involved are highly likely, because of wildlife and other, well, and you know, nefarious reasons. But you know, who knows what their plan was, who knows what their goal was. Like, nothing's really coming out yet about that, and that's kind of alarming, because you know, at this point with the Nova Scotia massacre, like, they had some sort of information to give the general public to kind of ease our wandering minds, you know, like, you know.
And one thing that you can do, that I could do, since we're not like in the law enforcement part, well,
right,
or media part, if they have publicly accessible social media accounts, we could go on there and see anything that suggests.
Yeah, I was trying to find that earlier. I didn't see anything, but that would take a lot of digging, right, to find the right one, because
they could,
like, their last name has multiple searches, right? And then of course the most recent pops up first, and all you're getting right now is like all the news stuff, right? Like, I want to see their actual personal social media accounts, like, and hopefully they're stupid enough to leave the privacy settings open, you know.
Right, making it public instead of private.
Yeah.
So one thing on, like, if you do say a Google search, and this is going back to my computer crimes and forensics days,
right?
Type in, say, a name, space, and then the plus sign, and then specifically what you're looking for attached to that name, or it could be a location. It doesn't matter. But whatever you're looking for, space, plus sign, and then anything else you're looking for through Google search engine, that narrows it down, because you're adding that plus sign.
Okay, let me try that. Plus sign.
Yeah, it's still worked for me today, but I was taught that years ago, and it's still kind of works. You can kind of narrow it down, narrow the search results down.
Right.
In this case, because it's such a widely publicized thing, it might not work as well at the moment.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, if you're searching for a specific person or thing or whatever, that will still work to this day. It just limits the search results, makes it easier to sort through things.
Right. Yeah, nothing like all of the the stuff that I'm seeing anyways, all the news reports are kind of like the same, basically, you know what I mean, right now. Like, I'm gonna check Twitter, see if anything is different, like, out of the rest of them.
Yeah. And that's one thing I do not have anymore is Facebook, Instagram.
I'm not even looking at Facebook. I'm just looking at Twitter and YouTube pretty much. And, well, Google, but.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't even have any social media anymore other than YouTube. That's it.
Yeah. And that's a good thing. I hate Facebook. It's all crap.
Oh, tell me about it.
I'm just looking here. I don't really see, like I said, everyone has got that generic kind of statement that they're releasing, and Like, not one single person knows these people. Like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? It's like crickets right now.
So, in my opinion, anybody that is actually associated with them is already being interviewed. Or
Yeah, you're right.
Been.
Yeah.
But anyone else that hasn't, that does know them,
yeah,
they're either going to be a resource for them.
Yep.
While they're going through this.
Yeah, aiding and abetting. Yep.
Right. Or they're gonna get intercepted. They're like, hey, they're bringing up the cell phone records. Hey, they fucking called you at this time. What do you know? What's going on?
Yeah.
So,
oh yeah.
You know
like an accomplice, like working with the cooperator.
or even not even if they're helping them. They're just like, hey, these fuckers called you, or one of these fuckers called you at this time. What did they say?
Right. Yep.
Did they say anything about where they're going?
Yeah.
You know, what they're doing? What do they
any
have?
any leads, any information? Yeah.
Exactly. And there could be people that know them that, and usually that's the case. It's people that know them, that have communication with them, that have nothing to do with what they're doing, but they contact these people, and then they're like, the people they contact are like, that know them, they're like, what the fuck? Or why the fuck did you do that? Or what's going on? And then they'll just communicate with these people, say, hey, for several reasons, say, hey, tell the media this, that, or the other thing, or tell my family this, that, or the other thing, or say, hey, can you let us hang out at your place for a while? Or, hey, we're going to drive by real quick. Can you give us some, like a first aid kit? Or can you, I don't know, whatever, give us a sandwich or something, you know?
Yeah.
So, but they'll follow through with that for sure.
Yeah.
So it's just tracing. They're trying to locate them, tracing their travels and patterns and behaviors and things like that. But it's really, and like I said, I don't know what Canadian law is, but like in the States, sometimes if it's an emergency basis, it's really easy to do. If it's not, it's very difficult because you have to go through search warrants and subpoenas and all this stuff. And you can, like I said, you can do that in the States, at least on an emergency basis in the middle of the night, and go to a judge's house and get that stuff done, or just make a phone call and get it done. But sometimes you can't. But I don't know what it's like there.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading. I noticed that the reserve that this occurred on has issued a state of emergency until September 30th. And there's another scheduled press conference, I believe, by the RCMP scheduled in Regina at 11:45. So I think that would be, if I'm not mistaken, 12:45 Eastern time tomorrow, which seems like an awfully long way away for something like this. Yeah.
Long time to do.
It is.
Unless
See, this is what I mean. It's bizarre, like how much silence there is about this. It's kind of weird. And then I just found some reporter that's been, have declared a local state of emergency. That's so bizarre.
So the only thing I can think of, if there's such a long delay, in my experience, that means something has happened.
Well, that was 8 hours ago, and they still, as of now, have not been located. So, what do you mean?
But that's what I'm saying. So, like from former press side,
right? Yep.
Maybe, and this is just hypothetically speaking, maybe they've been caught. Maybe they've been something, because if there's such a long delay in this is going on right now, but we're going to give a press release hours and hours later. No, this is something that you are supposed to do constantly. Like, you're supposed to update the public constantly on. But
Right.
if they're saying there's a delay in a media report for so long, where
Yeah.
there's imminent threat still in progress, that
Yeah.
tells me that maybe they've been captured, killed.
Okay, so one update I'm seeing is that one of the suspects, Damien, Sanderson's Facebook page, suddenly is gone. I was just on it earlier and now it's no longer there. Either he deleted it or Facebook deleted it.
I bet Facebook deleted it because it's been subpoenaed. And
Okay, so let's see. Maybe here's this.
they probably shut it down so he could not give live updates or do a live Facebook feed.
Right, which is kind of stupid in a sense too, because you could track them that way. Okay, here's another thing from this same lady. Okay, see, this is what I like. You can do your own investigation and find out stuff. FYI, possible update on suspects in Saskatchewan stabbings. So here's a post from someone. It says, we don't know if this is them, but it very well could be. And then there's a post. It says, my dad's white GMC 1500 was just stolen from the field 15 minutes ago on the Fenton Ferry Road, 1 mile north of Highway 25. Looks like they are heading north with it. If seen, call the cops or call my dad. Has been reported to police. Same body style as picture, but a GMC has headache rack in it. Don't know what the hell that is. Oh, I know what, row bars. It was spotted going south on the Northern Light Road. So they could possibly have stolen this vehicle, maybe not. Okay, here we go. Fucking jackpot on this page here. Holy. Okay, so there's a link to the guy's Facebook, but I don't want to go on that yet. Again, I think it's shut down. Here's an updated photo. Oh, this one's fucking good. This page. Updated photo of one of the assailants. He is not young and skinny like in the RCMP photo. He's an ugly fat fuck. Sorry, that's their words. Just like the other. Keep an eye out. So that's good to know because they're not even distributing the right fucking picture of the guy. Okay, let's see. Oh, here's another Facebook page. Let's see what that one is. Let's see. And that's, let me see what else she's saying. This one's a gold mine. I'm gonna have to keep going. I go down these rabbit holes, and this is how you find out stuff. Well, you know, I'm talking to the choir here. Oh God, you think I trust them? Are you insane? Every time I think of the RCMP, I think of the horse situation in Ottawa. It'll never leave my brain.
You guys don't like RCMP?
Pardon?
I said y'all don't like RCM?
We used to until we seen them trample somebody on a horse.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh boy. Okay, so hang on. If these murderers are not caught by now, everyone in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta, lock your doors tonight and hunker down. Report any suspicious activity, especially those in rural locations. I fear they might strike again tonight. They're cowards and have nothing to lose. That's on everyone's minds tonight.
Yeah, like I said, they have a plan, or they're just loosely doing what they're doing based upon ideologies. But either way, they're going to get caught or ended. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm finding more and more, so just a sec. I gotta go back. We're a little over 30 minutes from where some of it happened. We're rural and news spreads fast through friends, neighbors, Facebook Messenger. By 1 p.m., we had messages that there were close to 13 deceased, but there was no official confirmation, and you don't want to spread misinformation. I think you'd know more than the rest of us from recent reports, but they've confirmed 10 dead, more injured. Okay.
So that count could climb. I mean, they killed 10
Absolutely, yeah.
others, so it could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could rise for sure.
Okay, Facebook page. Oh, here's somebody complaining about the emergency alert that some people, not even all Canadians, received. Yeah, you're right. An annoying alarm notifying people that there's an immediate danger is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And how could they do such a thing? Oh, fuck.
So what's the general geographical area that these fuckers are operating in, like a distance, like a size wise? That all this happened, I mean.
It's happening in Saskatchewan, Canada, which is in between the provinces of Manitoba and Alberta. And I believe on the other side of the map, it would be, I don't know if it's one of the Dakotas, I think I want to say.
North.
Yeah.
So it's closer to the southern parts of Canada, closer to the northern.
Yes.
Parts
I believe I heard on the news northeast part of the province. So, I mean, you know, I hate to throw this out there, but if they're Indigenous, that means they have dual citizenship. Like, I mean, I don't know, you know, where the nearest border crossing is, but if there was like, you know, several hour delay in reporting this.
There's Native American, there's tribal land in the Dakotas and all.
Yeah, see, so that's another fear.
Central US.
I don't want to put, you know, fear into anyone's mind, but these are like, you know, things that you think about, like, and some of these, you know, there's in certain parts, even of Alberta, they have very small and remote border crossings that you wouldn't really even know existed unless you knew they were kind of there, like, you know, and if they pre-planned this, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Anything's possible at this point.
It is, and I won't say that they didn't get across the border by any means, but yes, it is possible.
Yeah.
But I would imagine with the high-profile reporting and just the incident overall, that they wouldn't get to. It doesn't matter either way. They're gonna get ended one way or the other. They're gonna get caught.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it's just a matter of in between now and when they get stopped, and I mean stopped, that's when everyone has to be on guard.
Well, and then there's rumors that they may not be together at this point, that they may be separated at this point, but again, that's speculation. Nobody fucking knows anything.
Right. Depends on their plan or their whatever.
Right. If they were smart, one will go one way, one will go the other, and you know, but who knows? Not that I'm trying to get them away or anything. I want to see them actually kind of dead themselves, you know. Not that that's nice to say out loud, but I mean, you know, you cause destruction. What do you expect in return?
That is nice to say out loud, because you should say it out loud, because that's what happened. That's what should happen to oxygen fucking thieves like them and others in the past have done the same kind of things, whether it's a knife, a fucking gun, a car, I don't care what it is. They're fucking oxygen thieves, and they should be off the face of the planet and be ashes or dust or fucking bones. I don't care. So it is nice to say. So fuck them, and they'll meet their end soon for sure, one way or the other. Whether it's in fucking prison or under dirt or in the fucking air, or something will happen. I'm sorry, I'm a bit.
No, it's okay.
I'm a bit.
I'm just reading.
A bit aggressive, so to speak.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was mad when I first came on, because this type of situation is maddening. You know, it's supposed to upset people.
You got these kind of fuckers running around doing this shit, and it's happened. It's been happening on and on and on again, like everywhere across the world, right? For however long. I want to say decades, but longer than that. But like, especially now, like Snatching said, failure of government, and that is a big problem.
Yep.
But people that do this kind of shit, I'll fucking say it. I don't care. They think they need to die. They need to be killed. And I don't care if it's by their own hands or by law enforcement or by private citizens. I don't fucking care, because they're stealing lives. They're stealing oxygen. They're costing money to, citizens and taxpayers, to pursue them, to pay for the investigations, for lawsuit, whatever. Like, people like these crazy motherfuckers just need to not exist anymore. Not just before they did all this shit, but especially after. That's just my personal opinion, and I can say
I agree.
that freely.
Yep.
I can say that freely because I'm retired now, but when I wasn't retired, I couldn't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. There's a lot of oxygen thieves out there, and man, it's fucking.
I don't know how many Canadians are sitting at their phones or their TVs waiting for something, like just an update saying dead or arrested or apprehended or.
Oh, I'm sure. But like Snatching said, just like I just said, yeah, these kind of fucking animals need to cease to exist, period. I don't care if it's and they're going to get caught. And like Kim and I were talking about earlier, once they get cornered, I'll use that word, once they get cornered, they're either going to go out violently or they're going to get thrown away into a cage where they belong. But either way, they need to stop existing, because whatever plan or ideology that they're going by, you don't go around fucking whacking people, killing people. And serial killers don't work in pairs generally, so they have an agenda. So they're gonna get stopped. They're gonna get fucking caught. They're gonna get killed or caught or both or whatever. But they're gonna get stopped is the bottom line. That's what's gonna happen. But we need to know when. And everybody in Canada that has to deal with these fuckwads should be on high alert and reporting suspicious people in situations. Get these fuckers stopped. Get them caught,
Well, and the areas that we're talking about are extremely isolated. So,
yeah.
When you're saying suspicious activity, like if you live on a country road out there, that you don't get much traffic and you see a vehicle that you don't normally see, that's fucking suspicious right now.
Yep. Exactly.
If you see people walking down the street that you normally would never see walking down a rural road, that is suspicious right now. And it's nighttime, and that's when the vampires come out, and they're probably, I don't know what the hell they're thinking or doing or where they're going. I have no idea, but I just hope that we hear soon that they're gone. Personally, myself, I don't wish death on anyone, but in this situation, I think it's warranted.
Yeah, they're oxygen thieves. But yeah, like Kim was saying, it's a rural area, because you said it's by the North Dakota. And that's all fucking rural.
Yeah, there's nothing to see.
Yeah, there's nothing to see or do. So if you see headlights going down the backcountry road or something, you're gonna know that's not normal at the particular hour or day of the week or whatever. You're gonna be like, so call it in. Call it the fuck in. I don't care if it's on the Canadian side or the East side, United States side. Fucking call it in.
Okay, so here is a timeline from the Globe and Mail of the events as they occurred at 5:40 a.m. Our RCMP receives multiple calls from James Smith Cree Nation about stabbings at different locations. At 7:12 a.m., Saskatchewan RCMP issued dangerous persons alert, says police trying to locate 2 suspects. Area residents of James Smith Cree Nation and surrounding communities of Candle Lake, Prince Albert, Melfort, Humboldt, They had a bad crash there that killed an entire hockey team. And Ross Cern told to seek immediate shelter, use caution. 7:57 a.m. RCMP releases names and photos of suspects: Damien Sanderson and Myles Sanderson. Damien is described as 5'7", 155 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Myles Sanderson was described as 6'1", 200 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. 8:20 a.m. RCMP extends dangerous persons alert to the province of Saskatchewan. Wait a minute. So it took them. What? And okay, so they didn't extend it to all of Saskatchewan until like 3 hours later, basically. So they just did the immediate jurisdiction. And then they issued it at 8:20 a.m. to all of the Saskatchewan residents, saying that their suspects are believed to be traveling in a vehicle. 9:45 a.m. RCMP issues fourth dangerous persons alert, saying that there have been multiple victims in multiple locations, at least one James Smith Cree Nation and another victim at Weldon. Some of the attacks appear to be random. At 11:25 a.m., RCMP sends requests to the Mounties in Manitoba and Alberta to extend dangerous persons alert to their provinces. So 6 hours after the fact, which, depending on where they were in Saskatchewan, they could have already been in Alberta within 6 hours. At 12:07 p.m., RCMP issues fifth update, saying witnesses reporting seeing suspect vehicle in Regina on Arcola Avenue. Residents asked to take shelter in place. Asked to shelter in place. The vehicle is described as a black Nissan Rogue with Saskatchewan license plate 119 MPI. 3:45 p.m. RCMP announces 10 people have been killed and 15 others injured in the attacks, which they say took place across 13 locations. So where's the rest of it? Why did it stop at that time and not for the rest of the night? Where's the rest of this? That's a good play-by-play, but I want to see more. Like, can you give me more? Who's this guy? Atlantic reporter. So he's on the other side of the country, and he knows more play-by-play than what I do. Oh, my God. Okay, so where's tweets, bud? Let's see. RCMP, what? Oh, that's a different case altogether. Okay, so yeah, I don't know where the rest of the timeline goes, but I'd be kind of interested to see that.
And again, it also involves law enforcement releasing information. Like they could be in a chase with them right now.
Right.
Fucking now.
Right.
You
See,
know?
and this is where the difference is between Canada and the US, because you guys would like break TV stations for news and be like, we got a copter chase on, you know what I mean? And they'd show it. Like they don't show us that kind of stuff here.
Yeah, they would. You're right. They'd be like, live.
Oh yeah.
We're chasing O.J. Simpson now.
Yeah, I still remember that to this day.
Yeah. No, they would. You're right. They would. It would be live, late breaking news, and then there'd be fucking millions of people watching it, and fucking at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, there'd still be a bunch of Americans up going, you know, watching the fucking helicopter.
Yeah.
Over the chase. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Does the RCMP have an aviation division, like helicopters and shit?
I would think that they do. Yeah, I know Alberta does for sure, but I don't know about Saskatchewan. I would think that they do. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they.
I lived in Alberta, so I know for sure they have a helicopter that they use all the time. Seen it many times. But I don't know about. I would think that they do because if I'm not mistaken, maybe it's either Manitoba or Saskatchewan. I'm not sure, but there's a training facility in one of those provinces for RCMP. So yeah, I would think that they would have access to that. You know, I don't know.
I just don't know what they use. I mean, there's only one RCMP guy that I've ever talked to, but I have no idea anything about how they operate. I really don't.
Yeah.
or any law enforcement agency in Canada. I really don't. I've only met a couple, but one RCMP guy, but I really have no idea how they operate, what resources they have, things like that.
Well, and even I'm pretty sure that they would, but even if they didn't, the call was put out several hours ago, and they like by helicopter from Alberta to Saskatchewan would be like 10 minutes, probably like 15 minutes. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
if they didn't, they would definitely have access to those resources on a
Okay.
situation like this. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I just don't know their resources is all. Like what they.
Oh, isn't that funny? I just see someone's status on Twitter. I'm from Saskatchewan. If the RCMP had taken it seriously and put a couple helicopters in the air, couldn't they have found them sooner? It's at least a 3-hour drive to Regina through a patchwork of straight flat roads with few trees. Yeah, from Regina, it's harder. Cute questions must be asked. Yeah, absolutely. This person's smart. They're asking the same things. Like, thank you. I'm going to follow you.
That's a valid.
Yeah, like people need to use critical thinking, and I swear it's a thing of the past. And like especially at higher levels,
Wait, we have critical thinking abilities? We
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, that exists.
We have that? I'm
All
gonna
right.
go smoke again. I'm gonna go smoke again
Okay, go ahead.
because that's what I do.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm still looking for information to see if I can see anything. Go ahead.
All right.
Cowardly, gutless human filth. You got that right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a nice one. People, be kind to Indigenous folk right now, and especially to the First Nations in Saskatchewan. They and we are hurting as much as you are. That's a good one. Like, don't get mad at everyone because, don't make it a political thing. Don't make it a racial thing. Don't make it something that it's not. It's an act of disgusting violence that should never have been allowed to happen in our country. And people's lives were lost. And don't let this become about policies and politicians and their fucking bullshit agenda, because it's people and their lives and families were ruined today. Like, keep it about humanity. Keep it about the issue. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if I can find anything else. Any more breaking news? And it's sad because everyone's like, my hearts go out to Saskatchewan. It's Canada. Like, we all feel it right now. We're all in pain. Like, we're all waiting for answers. We're all sitting up instead of sleeping, because we want to hear that these guys are gone, that the threat has been stabilized, that now we can start processing what happened and get to the bottom of it and support people. And that's something there isn't enough of, is support for people after stupid shit like this, trying to make sense of the senseless, and sometimes you can't make sense of it, but there's families out there that are going to have to try to make sense of it in order to keep going. And there needs to be support for those people. You can't just leave people out to dry after something like that and be like, oh, well, not my problem. It's not the headline of today. That's failing us. That's failing them. That's failing their families. That's failing the ones that have passed away. Like, it just seems like nobody has any frickin' hearts anymore. I got a little black cold heart, but I still have one, yeah, like, just some people, there should be a smack button on Twitter, man. Like, just some of these things I'm reading, I just, every now and then the Tourette's comes out and I just go off, and it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, take your bullshit elsewhere. Someone's family has to read this. Someone's family of a person that was killed today is sitting here pushing the same buttons that we're pushing right now, seeking answers for something that we're never going to know the reasons why it happened. So don't write your fucking psychobabble bullshit about policies and procedures and politics and race. It's not the time for that. It's a time to come together and catch these sons of bitches. Oh, God. See what I mean? Yeah, there really needs to be a smack button. Like, just whack them in the frickin' head for being an idiot. You know what I mean? Oh, God. And I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, politicians shouldn't even be weighing in on this. You know what I mean? Just keep your fucking mouth shut. Keep your trap shut. It's not about you. All you're going to do is, you know, put some policy in place that's going to make it worse for everybody anyways. So what the hell? Don't pretend like you care now.
What did I miss?
Oh, just me ranting. Saying that Twitter should have a smack ahead, you know, when you just read some of the senseless shit that people put out on social media and just, yeah. Oh, okay.
I'll be the class clown for a minute.
Okay.
To break the the stress.
Okay.
So I'm a fucking idiot. So
Yeah, so am I.
Last time I went out to smoke, right?
Yeah.
I had a beer, and then I came back in. I'm like, "Where's my fucking beer?" And then just now I went out to smoke. Well, I found it.
Oh, did you? But you're probably on the next one.
I left it out in my shop. I'm an idiot. It is what it is.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus can't help any of us now.
No. I'm just, you know, I'm reading Twitter and updates, looking for anything I can find, as I'm sure many other people right now are in the same boat, trying to, as I said before, make sense of the senseless, you know, and just to read some of these comments, like I just, you know, and then sometimes I get Tourette's and I just tell these people off because it's like, you know, someone's family right now is sitting here pushing the same buttons that we're pushing, reading your bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, save it. Don't make it about politics. Don't make it about race. Don't make it about anything else than what it is, which is a fucking tragedy. Someone must be listening to my damn stream. I'm not going to try and make sense in the senseless. What the fuck? I just said that. I'm going to be angry that it happened, and I'm going to be sad for the friends and families of those killed and injured. May those responsible be found, and those who are injured healed, and those at risk be kept safe. That's pretty nice.
And it will be ended one way or the other. It will be ended. But in the meantime, there's people that lost their lives, and there's people trying to stop them. But it'd be nice to have, I get where they're doing it, but it would be nice to have consistent, not consistent, but constant updated information.
Well, we don't get that in Canada. Like, you know, as you see from days gone by, you know, our people hide and they don't address issues head on, and, you know, they don't talk about things that they don't want to acknowledge because that's just, you know, so beneath their pay grade that it's almost laughable. You know.
No, I agree. I get that.
And it's just, that's why, you know, again, going back to the Freedom Convoy, if people were ever in doubt before about the media, I think they learned, you know, now that social media is really, like, those are the true journalists, the ones that are actually taking live footage that cannot be manipulated, that's happening in real time, you know, and a totally different narrative than what they're pushing on your screen. But keep in mind that the ones that are doing that are risking their reputations and their livelihoods and doing it for no money, while these fucking bozos sitting behind a desk in an office with a camera shooting at them get a $600 million bailout from our government. But never mind, you know, we're reporting the news. We're reporting the truth. Don't you question us. You know, that's all okay. You know.
That's what we've, and it's not just the United States and Canada. That's pretty much worldwide, and
That's crap, and that's why they all need to be like shut down. Every news media source that has pushed an agenda to push people into making decisions that were not in their best interest. All of these people, like, so much justice needs to be done in my mind to make things right, and it's just never going to happen. Like, I'm living in a non-realistic.
Yeah, it's true.
I know. And they won't do it. Like, but they don't understand that they created this shit. You know what I mean? And like, in order to gain the trust back of the people, like, so many fucking people would have to lose their jobs and go to jail, and so many things would have to be changed and just fixed in order to gain any sort of trust or respect for anything that comes out of a TV. Like, that's why I don't even have cable anymore. I don't even want to hear your shit. Like, keep it.
Yeah, I'd rather, and this might sound horrible to say, because I've been off the job for almost 3 years, but I would rather be back on the job and fucking giving out the information live than sitting back like I am now as a regular citizen waiting to hear our media, our so-called media, fucking reporting shit because they don't do it accurately, or they don't do it they don't do it right. Yeah.
And this was the conversation. I seen my dad over the weekend, and I was like having this conversation with him because, you know, he's like, well, you're just protesters. And it's like, well, Dad, like, you know, have you ever seen this in my lifetime? Like, in terms of, you know, governments doing this kind of thing? And he had to think, and he's like, well, I'd have to think about it. And, you know, he's talking about days gone by and this and that. And he's like, you know, like, we were talking about the Emergencies Act. Okay. I know I keep going on about this, but to put it in a perspective for you, there was only one other time in the history of Canada that this act was ever invoked. And it used to be called the War Measures Act. And it was over a crisis that happened in Quebec. It was called the FLQ crisis. And ironically, it was Trudeau's dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that invoked this act. And the reason why is because people were kidnapping government officials. One died, I believe, and the other one was kidnapped. And not only did they put the Emergencies Act in for that, which is a warranted situation, they did the same thing to us for standing up for our rights and our freedoms. And that's the class they put us in. And I hope, if nothing else, that puts things in perspective for people, because they literally froze bank accounts of people that donated to a cause in good faith and made us out to be like these people that were legit terrorists, that they arranged for them to get out of Canada and this and that. Like, I mean, look it up, FLQ crisis, Quebec. Serious. And you'll see the last time it was used and the reason why it was used. And that was a legitimate case, in my opinion. I don't know all the details of it. I was born in the 70s. I didn't live through it. So it's not something I can speak like, you know, like I'm speaking now about being a participant in it this time and seeing it real life. But if that's what, you know, our fearless leader wants to put us in the same category as people that are kidnapping and murdering people, then you know, I think that says where we're headed in terms of a country.
Well, look what's going on in the States now, and it seems to be, I hate to say it like this, but it seems like Canada is following suit with the way the states are going, which is very poorly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've said it over the last few years, like, I don't want it. I don't want it. But in the States, for Canada, just in the States, we are so close to a second American Civil War?
The temperature is running very fucking hot here, as you can see by the events of today. An entire country feels the same way. They might just not be, most of us have the common sense to be like, I'm not going to go out and kill people because I'm angry at the world.
Right.
I'm going to hold the people that have done the damage responsible, hopefully criminally. But again, we're talking about people that make the damn laws. So how can you even hold out for criminally? Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, man, but I know this ain't it.
I don't know the answer either. I don't want war. I don't like violence because I've experienced it on both ends, and I don't fucking like it. I do know that for the state side, it's close.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
On that note, 3:12 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up in a minute too. So thank you for coming on. I appreciate your input.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to everybody in comments, everybody that's watched. Like, comment, and subscribe to Kim's channel.
Thank you.
But yes, thank you for having me on, and we're on the same page.
Thank you. Have a great night. Thanks for coming on. You're welcome anytime, you and Chris.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good one.
See ya.
Bye.
So yeah, I mean, these are just some of the things that are going on in the world today that I hate to start pointing fingers at people, but you cannot keep doing to humans what has been done for the last couple of years and put them essentially in a pressure cooker, isolate them from one another, tell them that it's wrong to see or hug their families, to report on your fucking neighbors, to live in a totalitarian government regime is just not anything that I have ever experienced in my life. And it's not the way that life was meant to be lived. And it's just, we're going to hear about this more. We're going to see about this more. More and more violent acts are happening everywhere across Canada. Some of them don't make national news, but they happen. They get reported on. They're big for a couple days, and then people move on to the next thing. And then it just keeps happening. But the fact is there's a reason why people are borderline psychotic. There is a deeper issue going on that the powers that be, I don't know if it's a lack of awareness, a lack of caring, just so totally psychotic in their thinking, narcissistic, just don't care, have no clear view of reality or what the people want or what is happening in our world today. But it's time that people start asking the right questions and put those motherfuckers' hands to the fire, because people's lives have been lost. That video that I made the other day supporting one of my buddies because he lost somebody to suicide, that person served as a veteran in the armed forces and suffered with PTSD and other traumatic brain injuries. And someone left a stupid comment, and it was like, oh, imagine people having social media and listening, they're not your friends. And I don't even remember really verbatim what was said, but it was just like, do you really think that this person killed themselves over something that was said on social media? No, obviously there was deeper issues going on. You insensitive fucking retard. Sorry, I don't use that word, but in this case, I believe that's what it needs to be, because it's willful neglect or intolerance or ignorance. I don't know what it is, But you need to fucking open your eyes and realize what's happening around you. Like, do you not notice that a lot of us are not as happy as we used to be? God, man, like we used to all be, Canadians are known for being friendly and happy and woo woo, you know, like, yeah, I have that side of me. But I mean, then there's the side that sees shit like this and has to try and make sense of it. And there's no sense in people losing their lives that can make any sense to me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know the story behind it. Obviously, there's deeper issues. You know, obviously, there's events leading up to this. Things will make sense in time, you know, as more information becomes available. Some may never become available. But there's reasons why. Like the police build a profile of people that do these types of crimes, and there's got to be some psychological aspect of it that drives people to this point. You know, I don't know. Like, it's people got to wake the fuck up. And oh, I don't want to see it. Well, nobody wants to see it, but it's the reality of the times we're in. Either wake up or get left behind, man. Like, fucking get it together. Get it together. And you know, I've lost friends over my views. Well, you know what? I'm not fighting for us, okay? It is what it is for us. But what about the next couple generations after us? What about your goddamn kids? I don't even have kids, okay? But what about your kids? What kind of world do you want to leave for them? It's okay with you, what's happening and what's going to happen? It's not okay with me, and I don't care what people think. You can think I'm crazy. You can think I've lost it. I am not. Like, I'm very fucking educated. I do my research. I do my information. I even had a fight with my cousin one day. I think I've met him twice in my life. So can you really call him a cousin? But you know, he went off about one of my posts, and it's like, dude, this is my fucking Facebook page. You don't see me jumping on your page, putting my views down your throat. I didn't ask for your opinion. I don't care what you think. I really don't care what you think. But it's not about me. It's about what kind of condition do you want to leave this world for your kids and for your nieces and your nephews and your grandchildren and the ones after that. But people can't be bothered because, you know, they don't want to look at that, and it's too depressing and nobody wants to talk about it. Well, who the fuck wants to talk about it? Who wants to talk about a massacre that's happening on the other side of our country right now because somebody didn't want to fucking talk about it? Who cares? Oh, you're uncomfortable? You know what makes me uncomfortable? People dying. Oh, your views make me uncomfortable. Your language makes me uncomfortable. Oh, you know what makes me uncomfortable? Having to see loved ones bury their families for no justifiable fucking reason. I don't find swearing offensive. I don't find my views offensive. And if you do, then maybe this isn't the platform for you. Start your own and share your own views and get your own following. And believe me when I tell you, this is probably the third or fourth time at least that I've had to start over on YouTube, because I've lost channels before in the past and I really don't care. Because for me, it's not about monetization, and it's not about money, and it's not about fucking super chats, and it's not about clicks and views. It's about a message and getting the word out to like-minded people that get it. Because quite honestly, I don't have the fucking energy to explain it to people that just lack knowledge and common sense and logic. Been there, done that, don't have the energy for it. Go on your shallow little fucking way and worry about your little shallow life, okay? We got nothing in common. Nothing. You know? And if you're following mainstream media to get your news and you're not looking at any source of other information, then you're not even getting a clear picture of what is happening around you. Some people say that ignorance is bliss. Huh. I wish I could go back to the days where I didn't have as much knowledge as I have right now. Trust me, I'd be a lot happier. I wouldn't be so worried all the time. I wouldn't be so stressed out all the time because, you know, what's coming next and how do you prepare and what do you do and what's your plan and blah, 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean? What way are they going to get us next week? Oh, it's gas this week, you know, through the roof. You can't move around your own country. Can't travel away to anywhere where you might find, you know, safety and security and, you know, peace and quiet. No, because only the rich can drive their electric vehicles and sleep behind the wheel. You know, that's only the message we want to send to the world and to Canadians and to people. You know, the average electric car costs $42,000. You know what? Someone needed to replace their battery 7 months after they bought the car, and it was the battery itself is worth more than the car. Are you fucking kidding me? And this is sustainability to you people? Make it make sense. I fucking went to the store the other day. Stupid, I know, because I'm either on full or I'm on E. I'm one of those people, right? All or nothing. Grabbed my keys, went to the store. All I wanted was to grab a drink. Didn't bring my phone. Haven't memorized a phone number since 1994, okay? And I ran out of gas. Stupid, right? But it was like 5:30 in the morning. And I'm thinking to myself, okay. So I was like, well, you know, I'm not going to wake up anybody I know. Not that I would remember anybody's phone number anyways, because like I said, you have a cell phone, you just put it in and boom, they're a contact, right? So it's like, all right. So I call up the cab companies. I was like, yeah, I need a cab to whatever, and I need you to drive me to the gas station. I ran out of gas and drive me back, right? Oh, no, we don't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't do that? They're like, well, we can't take gas in our electric vehicles. So I was like, well, what fucking good are you then? Threats, right? So I hang up, I call another cab company, and I was like, yeah, I need a cab. I got to go to the gas station. I ran out of gas, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't do that because it's electric vehicles. And I was like, all right. So like, you know, some guy comes and I live in the hood where I'm comfortable, you know, I'd rather be a little fish in a big pond, right? Than the other way around. So this guy comes up to me, he's like, do you need a phone? I'm like, actually, funny story. So I tell him, you know, what happens or whatever. And so then I go back into the store and I was like, dude, do you drive? Like, can you drive me to the fucking gas station? I'll pay you. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not like begging for money on the street. Like, you know what I mean? I'll give you like whatever you want, $50, $20, whatever you want, right? Like, just take me up the road, like 6 blocks, right? By the time, like, because the reason why I needed a ride is because my car was blocking half of the fucking entrance to the parking lot that I was going to the store for. So I didn't want to leave my car unattended for a long period of time because of the way that it was positioned. I was worried that it's a high cop zone. So I thought, okay, well, you know, here's my luck that somebody will come by and tow my car, but not bring me gas because they can't carry it in their fucking vehicles. But this is the wave of the future, you guys. Like, I don't know. I feel sorry for my dad's generation because he's even older, and I can only imagine how all of this change and all of these things coming into place would affect someone in that generation where it's the only way they've ever known is like my dad was, I think, 73 before he got a cell phone, okay? Like a flip phone. He still has a flip phone. And I laugh, but I'm not really, like, I'm a few generations behind him, but I'm kind of stuck in my ways sort of thing where it's like you kind of got that old school mentality, and I'm not really into changing things so much. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But these fucking bozos, like, you know, oh, we're going to ban all plastics because of our ozone layer. Like, you guys, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not about climate. It's not about the planet. It's about profit. Get it together. Get it together. You know, and I'm not worried about recycling cans because of the future generations. I'm worried about the policies and procedures. And policies are not fucking laws, you guys. And you need to learn the difference. Okay? Mandates, policies, procedures are not, and I repeat, not fucking laws. Period. Full stop. So when they try pushing that narrative back in, you know, or coming months, you know, because flu season is back, and God forbid anybody gets a cold or the flu that ever, you know, where did that go the last few years? Where did the flu go? What happened to that? You know what the latest news is now they want you to get a booster every 90 days. Not happening, okay? I've seen videos of what happens to people's bloodstreams after they get the vax. And you know what? You might have pressured us the first time into getting it because you threatened our jobs and our fucking livelihoods and our ability to pay for our life. But you're not going to back us into a corner again. ever again. And some of us maybe were forced into taking something we didn't want to take because maybe we only have one income. And maybe if we didn't work, then we were going to be fucking homeless. So maybe, just maybe, that's the reason why people are angry, is because they feel like they were forced into taking something they didn't want to take, but they had to, and now they're scared because they don't know what they put in their bodies. And maybe that's why half of the population is walking around right now boiling over to the brim because of anxiety of what did we just do to our bodies under the guise of a fucking of a pandemic. Yeah. There is no green energy. I know. Oh God, yeah, I know. You know, Trudeau didn't want to see us, you know, when we fled to Ottawa because it was a cry for help, and we see where this world is going, and this was our way of saying as Canadians, hey, something ain't right here. Let's, you know, we just want to be heard. Let's fix this before it leads to somewhere that we don't want to go. And our prime minister ran through his little bunkers and his little tunnels to his private jet out to the islands, you know, into safety because he felt threatened. Well, welcome to the rest of the Canadians and how we felt for the last couple of years. And if you don't do this, you're bad. And we shouldn't even tolerate these people in society anyway. And then you wonder why people are fucking offing themselves. And we have a problem with mental health, and why the government is now making it an option in March of 2023 that if you suffer with mental health conditions, you can just put yourself down now and you don't need to suffer anymore. And you can just get criminally assisted or medically assisted in dying now. That's the fucking government solution to the problem that they created. Get the fuck out of here. I had no choice but to take it. And you know why? Because I'm only a one income household. And if I didn't, I would be broadcasting to you live from my car right now. You know, I had no choice. I was beaten down into submission. I went off on sick leave because I was medically exempt from wearing the mask, and my work wouldn't fucking accommodate that. So then I went back, and like, I don't know about you, but I couldn't wear that mask, man. Like, it killed me. Like, I have asthma, I'm claustrophobic, and you put this mask on me? Are you kidding me? Like, so I felt like I was forced into submission, and now only some of the information has been released. And I am scared for what I put in my body. And you know what? Like, since then, you guys, I can't even get enough sleep in this world now. And I know it's from the shot. Nobody's saying it. But a lot of people, if you talk to your friends and stuff, you know, like in real life, like they're like, yeah, man, like I can't even sleep enough. Like I used to be like a 5 hour a night, if that, like 4 or 5 hour a night, like for years and years and years. And now it's like, dude, I could sleep for hours. Like if I didn't have a dog to get up and let out, I could go into a coma for like a day. It's insanity. I don't understand it. And I think it's from the damn shot myself. But what do I fucking know? I'm just a human being without a Bachelor of Arts or, you know, medical degree or anything like that. I'm just School of Hard Knocks, you know? Yeah, and it didn't stop me from getting the virus. I've had the thing 3 damn times. The first one, I had it in December of 2019, before they even announced the pandemic. I thought it was pneumonia. That's what they were calling it. And then I go to the hospital because I kept feeling like I had a fucking broken rib. And I am the type of person, you guys, like, you have to damn near strap me down to go to the hospital. Like, I am not one of those people that I hate it. I don't go. I'm stubborn. I will not go. But I went because it was like, I couldn't even breathe. Like I had to sleep sitting up because I couldn't stop coughing. Like I could not catch my breath. And so I go to the hospital, and I thought it was a broken rib. And I'm like, that's weird though, because I didn't do anything to break it, right? And they said, oh, no, it's pneumonia. So I go to my doctor after that, like to get antibiotics or whatever. And he's like, no. He's like, I seen the x-rays. I don't think it's pneumonia. I think it's pleurisy. And it's like, okay, well, there you go, right there. 2 different fucking stories within a matter of like 48 hours, right? Okay, well, you say potato, I say potato, but whatever it is, I can't fucking breathe. And give me 4 puffers and medication, so I can go to work, but I have to wear this mask, right? So, and then I get the damn shots because I was forced into submission, like beat down, My dad refused to see us for 2 years if we didn't have the shot, So you get it or else, we won't tolerate you people in society. Like, there's just no place for you here. So you do it or else. You know what the leading cause of death in Alberta is right now? Sudden adult death syndrome. When have you ever heard of that before in your lifetime? How many doctors need to drop dead before somebody is like, you know what? Something ain't right here. 30 years old, no known cause, just dropping dead while they're running. You know what that tells me? Running kills. Like, what the hell is happening here? And it's just, you can't talk about it. You can't have opinions about it. You're forced to just walk around with, your head ready to explode because you got so much knowledge and information up there. And it's like, nobody cares because you're going to ruin my day by talking about these things. Whatever. I think they're the fucking small fringe minority. Yeah. Well, I had the damn shots. And I was sick still. It didn't stop me from getting it. Yeah. Yeah, there definitely is. 100%. 100%. And we're never going to find out in our lifetimes what's in that. Because, those documents are locked up and burned by now. And that's why so many people are holding out for this, Emergencies Act inquiry, because it's the only form of justice that we may or may not be able to get for what's happened for the last couple of years. And it is trauma. I don't care what anybody fucking says. So there's so much damage that has been done. The suicide rates have gone up. The overdose rates have gone up. Sudden adult death syndrome is a thing now. Never heard of it before, but that is like, the #1 leading cause of death in Alberta right now, but nothing to see here, you guys. Yeah, you got that fucking right. You got that right. I don't know. For me, I just use this place as a place to fucking vent because my friends and family are sick of hearing about it. Quite honestly. Well, they feel the same way too, don't get me wrong. But maybe their lives weren't as affected as some of us, I don't know. Everybody has their own opinion. I respect other people's opinion. I'm not saying mine is right, yours is wrong, or vice versa. I believe in freedom, and freedom means differences of opinion and people with differences of opinion coming together and having a conversation, even if it ends up agreeing to disagree in the end. But this, I don't want to talk about it, has got to stop because that's part of the problem. Nobody likes talking about bad shit, but it's a part of our life. And if you're not prepared, then you're fucked. Full stop. If you are not prepared for what is coming, you are going to be fucked in the end. So, I don't know what else I can say. I think I've said enough. Let me check one more time before I end this live to see if there's been an update on this situation. I'm going to look at Twitter because, our news is off sleeping tonight. They'll come back at 11:45 Regina time tomorrow and let us know about what's happening while these 2 killers are still just roaming around, driving around in the prairies. And believe me when I'm telling you, if you look out your window in Manitoba, you could probably see fucking Alberta from there because there's nothing. It's plains. It's just empty fucking nothing. Nothing. You know what? I don't even want to say it, but I love Alberta. I love BC. I love out west, but Manitoba and Saskatchewan, they're kind of provinces that you don't really hear too many people from, that I know anyway. I think I have one cousin out in Saskatchewan, but let's see if there's any updates before I end this live. I don't see anything as of yet. Well, no, and that's why they want to put us down now, you know. We're just a number on the back of our birth certificates registered with the government of Canada that pays taxes, and then you die. And now they'll help you in dying. And that's, I guess, what life is now. I don't know. To me, I thought there was living in between, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm not sure. Maybe I have too much logic to make sense of all of this madness, because it's trying to make sense of insane fucking logic. And it's those guys, the head assholes in charge, that make all the decisions for people that they're not even living in the tax bracket of the people and lives they're affecting. So how could they even know what's best for us? Yeah, I'm just looking at Twitter. You hope the police can find and arrest them? Really? I hope they come home in body bags. You're being too nice, I think. Sorry, that was a comment I was reading on Twitter. I don't know. Police hunt suspects. Yep, that's all I'm seeing so far. I'm not seeing anything different. Let me just check one more thing here. Whoops. Yeah, 100%. I don't even think they deserve to be in a fucking jail cell. Why? So the taxpayers can pay for their fucking 3 squares every day? That's better than some people in society get right now. You know, the people that you drive by that you don't want to make eye contact with at the fucking red lights holding a sign because they're homeless and they have no job and they have no food and they're dirty and they have no place to live. Those ones? Yeah. But we're going to put these fucking guys in prison and give them 3 squares a day and a bed to sleep in. That's more than some Canadians have. Exactly. There is no reason plausible that will explain the mass murder of, well, they're saying 15 plus people. Oh, 15 plus people plus the injured. These Sanderson brothers are simply birthed from hell. Yeah, they are. Yeah, billionaires. I'm just reading to see if I can see any updates. They're believed to be, what? They're believed to be non-identical twins. Well, you can say that again because they don't look alike, but they are brothers. That's the first I'm hearing of them about being twins. I don't know if that's right. Don't take that. Take that with a grain of salt because I haven't heard that officially. Her suspect's sister. They are or were driving a black Nissan Rogue. Yeah, we know. You know what? When I read your comment, I read it with the accent, like my buddy Scott, over here. Captain Obvious over here. Yeah. I'm going to do some research overnight, and I'm sure a lot of people are not going to sleep tonight thinking about, you know, what's going on in the state of affairs today. Oh boy. Oh no. Chief Calvin Sanderson called the scene horrific. The same word has been used by others in the area who declined to speak to media at this time, including a brother-in-law of one of the victims who broke into tears. Oh. I don't know what to say, you guys. Like, yeah, I find it odd too. Someone saying, you know, has anyone confirmed that they are brothers? There is very little information out there about the Myles, Brandon. It's not Brandon. His name's Damien. Sanderson has been on the Crime Stoppers list. Oh, Crime Stoppers list as unlawfully at large since May. Why? Okay, why? If someone has been at large since May, that means they have a warrant for their arrest. No, I don't get it, man. Cops are too busy going to protests, and you know, maybe they should fucking worry about their jobs. Sorry, you know, that's my opinion. Maybe they should take the horses that they were running over protesters with in Ottawa and take them out to look for, you know, 2 killers on the loose in Saskatchewan. Assholes. All right, well, the Tourette's is just coming out now in full force again. So I think I'm going to end it here. I'll keep you guys updated now that I've brought this to your attention. I hope, like, for the guys in the US, obviously. If you're in Canada, you were aware of the situation hours ago. But, you know, I'll keep you guys up to date about what I learn or what happens, or who knows what's going to happen. I have no idea. But we'll find out more, you know. Hopefully by morning they've caught them, or at least narrowed it down. Protesters, I know, honk honk, you guys. Beep beep. We're horrifying people. But yeah. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for staying up with me. I know it's been a long one. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, 556, for coming on. Thank you for people that are going to watch on the replay. I apologize that it was so late, but you know, most people are sleeping right now, but this is what's on my mind. So now I'm going to try and shut it off for a bit and, you know, get a few hours sleep. Thanks for hanging out with me. If it's a long weekend in your area, enjoy your long weekend. Tomorrow's the holiday. Maybe, you know, get together with your family or do something fun. You know, you got to live your best life while we've got it, because we don't know how long we're going to have it for. So thanks for watching, you guys. I appreciate it. Talk to you later. Peace out.